Hello. Right, well, we're back at it. So yesterday I spent the day mostly trying to speed things up in terms of the performance of starting up new nodes and also in terms of the deployment speed on the Compiler Explorer, which has gotten slower and slower as we've added more things and made it more robust, but unfortunately that had a bit of a toll, and that kind of has an effect on our ability to iterate quickly. As I said yesterday, I think I have like a 25-minute train commute every day each way, and if I can't get like a material update to the site done in 25 minutes, then it's harder for me to do ad hoc little updates. So first of all, thank you to all my patrons and the folks who support the site, because that allows me to take this time off and spend time improving the site in ways that maybe aren't as obvious to the end user. You know, like if we add a new tool or a new compiler, then obviously people immediately see the benefit. But behind the scenes, what we're doing is we're accruing more and more technical debt in terms of how the site is maintained, and that can make it harder and harder to add new features. So at some point we need to sort of roll our sleeves up and do some work to improve the site and the way that the site is built and managed behind the scenes. That's what we're going to be doing today. But as a sort of bonus early bird, let's do something interesting before I get into the sort of nitty-gritties of how the site works behind the scenes. I would like to fix this bug that was filed only 7 hours ago. Seems slightly awful to target a bug that was just literally filed, because we have 490 issues on the site, and picking the most recent only is not a great way of getting that down. Nevertheless, it would show like some of the development processes that at least I go through when I'm looking at these kinds of things. So someone has filed a bug here. So Dungwingwinx has filed a bug saying that with the latest Clang compiler, Clang 14, and binary mode turned on, then we don't see anything. So if I show this link that was exposed, I need to do my zooming again from yesterday, you'll see that here down the bottom, Clang 13 is working just fine. In binary mode, we're seeing square is blah, 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 exclusive OR, and all that kind of stuff. And this is, for those who are not used to seeing this mode, this is when you turn binary mode on, and then we actually get to see the opcodes themselves of the instructions, and we see how the linker has done its magic. But here up on the top window, we've got Clang 14, and you can see there's nothing in it, which is obviously a problem because you want to be able to see your own code. Thankfully, the various Compiler Explorer contributors and indeed the original bug filer have already come in and given me most of the clues I need, I think, to fix this. So the original poster says that turning off the library filter, so we turn off library functions here, then suddenly we get to see the code, which means that at the moment we are misidentifying this code as having come from a third-party library, which by default we try and hide away to minimize the noise in the view. So turning the library functions filter on means that we don't see anything. Separately, Ruben, I'll try and get your name right, Ruben, has noticed that there is some kind of output in the Clang 14 compiler output that is different from what we'll expect, and so we misidentify things. So there's this MD5 that's now appearing inside the raw output, and in Clang 13 there isn't that, and we believe that that is probably the thing that's causing the issue. And then Partouf has found the relevant parts of the code that are doing this, which is great. So I've got all the ducks lined up to fix it, and so that's what I'm going to try and do. That said, in exposing my own confusion here, I don't quite understand it, because in binary mode we don't see this dot file. In binary mode we disassemble the original code and then use that to output. That's how we know what these opcodes are. We've actually disassembling it, and I just happen to know that this output here looks like the compiler's own output. So I think I'm missing something here. I don't doubt that Partouf and Ruben are right, but I don't understand it yet. So we're going to have to debug more than I thought, which is fun, hopefully. So first of all, I'm going to bring up a terminal and hopefully get it to the right size so that you can see. These sizes are sort of tuned from yesterday a little bit, so I would be, hey Luca, I would be interested if it's still visible, and please put comments in to tell me that things are unreadable or you can't hear me or all those things. So first of all, I'm going to go into dev personal CE where Compiler Explorer lives and go into Compiler Explorer, and I'm in an old branch here, so let's go to main, git pull. If I could type, it would be useful. This morning we've been doing a whole bunch of minor changes while I was getting ready to do this stream, and some of those caused a bit of churn in our package, so I'm just going to do make prereqs, which is unnecessary, but it just sort of, while I'm talking, gets some of the bits done that I need, like npm installed. And yes, there are loads of vulnerabilities, and some of them I can fix and some of them I can't fix. And for those who know much about how npm works, we can see that there's a whole bunch of old things that need to be updated here. Let me just make it visible. So there's a bunch of work that we can do here to make these things, but this is busy work. This is just updating libraries to their latest versions, and mostly they're backwards compatible, but not going to worry about that right now, or indeed the audit fixes. None of those CVEs that it's reporting are particularly relevant to the way Compiler Explorer works. Okay, so I actually have prepared a branch already for this, 3564. That's the branch, the number in the branch that I've created is the bug number, and I should probably bring it up to date with the latest. There we are, okay, and then maybe prereqs here, everything's fine. And I've got little seeds from the bread I had from my hasty breakfast before this stuck in my teeth, so if you keep seeing me do that, I apologize. So there we are. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make I'm going to run the system, and I'm passing these extra arguments of saying just use C++. My local installation of Compiler Explorer, I've got every language and every compiler known to the mankind, really. So it takes a long time to start up. Although, yeah, thanks to yesterday's fixes, a lot of that is a lot faster. So not as big a deal. But language C++ restricts Compiler Explorer to just show C++, which is what I'm interested in here. And then I'm adding -debug as well, --debug, either of those would work. That generates an awful lot of extra output. So I'm going to just run it now and give it a moment. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. All of that extra stuff you can see output there is the debug output, where you can see everything that it's being executed, including all of the various different compilers during startup. So then I'm going to go to localhost 10240, and we have to wait for Webpack to do its magic. There it is, and we will do some inzoominating. Lucas saying that npm audit is worse than Dependabot, which we were talking about yesterday. So Dependabot is GitHub's warning system for CVEs, and it's very sensitive, understandably. But sometimes there are like things that you can't easily fix yourself because of like their third generation downstream dependencies, and the way that you're using them is in like a build step that you control, and you have to continually tell GitHub, no, this one's fine. So it can generate sort of an alarm fatigue where you get bored of just dismissing the things over and over again, and you might actually miss an important CVE. But we try to keep on top of them nonetheless. So here we are, and this is on my local version. You can see it says dev up here. This is just telling me that I'm running off of my local host, which we are. And then I've installed Clang 14.00. I did that earlier. And in fact, let me just show those to folks who aren't interested. I mean, you can see I had to install GCC 11.12, and I have this tool called CE install, which is an open source tool, part of our infra repro. So you can go to GitHub and just download that and then run bin/ce install. It's on my path here. So I installed GCC 11.2.0, which is required for obj dump. And then if I look at what else I had done earlier, install Clang 14.00. And so if you're on an Ubuntu system, then you can just install using this command line tool. It'll go and get the compilers, and it'll put them in now of course the bin men are here. So apologies for the truck noise outside. It's the refuse collection. So yeah, if you look inside my opt compiler explorer, I have an awful lot of compilers in here because I run tests all the time, but obviously you only need a few that you're working on. Anyway, so that is to say that if you want to follow along at home, you can actually install the same compilers and the same setup that I've got here pretty straightforwardly, as long as you're on a Linux machine and Ubuntu 20-ish. Just covering for the horrible truck noises outside, apologies for that. But anyway, let's see if we can reproduce the issue that was seen. So we know that we need to do a binary execution, and thankfully, there we go. Yes, we can reproduce the issue. And just to sort of make sure that it is a 14.00 Clang 13. Oh, I haven't got Clang 13, so let's install Clang 13. I think that was 13.01. We'll leave that going, and then we can compare and contrast to make sure that we actually are able to reproduce the bug exactly where it works on 14 and the 13. Thank you for saying the truck isn't that big a deal. This microphone that I'm using here is unfortunately bidirectional, so I've got it set to mostly pick up me, but unfortunately it picks up from directly behind it too, which is pointing out the window. So I don't know how much that makes a difference. I've got all these various different magical settings on the back. The truck will be gone soon anyway. The lorry. Okay. So we can see in the debug output over here on the left-hand side all of the different things that were run, and hopefully one of these will give me a clue as to what of these many commands is indeed the issue. So as I said in the sort of intro, I'm a little confused as to how this is occurring. And I can see all these bits and pieces here. That's not all that surprising. So look, here obviously is the output. This is the output from this is the output from obj dump, which is what I was expecting, right? As a binary dumper, I would expect to see the output being in this format, and that sort of then, as I say, confuses me a little bit, because I think Ruben's point here is that this output with the MD5 is Clang outputting. And let's actually think about that a little bit. If I take away the compile to binary, and then I'm going to take away all of the filters, so you can see the beautiful, inglorious, all the things. Yeah, you can. There we can see the outputs there, and that makes sense to me, right? But we parse things correctly in this mode. Oh, that's not on by default. But as soon as we go to binary, that's where the problem happens, and the binary mode ought not to be running that same code, that output. So I think that might be wrong, but I am not sure. Someone say audio is complicated. Absolutely, yes. And so I am not sure what is going on with that. That is unfortunate. I was hoping this would be a very easy thing, but this is just to show that nothing ever really is that easy. So my instinct is to take this blob here down to there, and I'm going to make a new new tab in this window here, and I'm just going to make a test case out of this. So we have our examples, test filter cases, and in here are loads of ASM blah 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 blah. So let's call this bug. What was the number of the bug? Somewhere in here is the number of the bug. I have a window open somewhere. No. There was a window somewhere with the... There it is. Alright, my Alt-Tab skills are obviously not very good. So this is 3564. So bug 3564.asm. And I'm going to paste that in. That's obviously Java. JSON, sorry. So let's decode it. Bug 36 blah 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 3 wow, that's unfortunate. I thought that was a nice JSON output. Evidently not. I was hoping that to avoid or have I just got the wrong number? 3564, no. Why is that not valid JSON? It says unfinished string at EOF on line 2. Okay, well, Oh, maybe it's not wrong. Did I miss the closing splat? I don't think I did. Oh, maybe there's a limit. I wonder if there's just a limit in the number of characters that I could do. This is a terrible way of doing this in the first place. Like, we don't really want something this long. Let's try it one more time and make sure I wasn't doing something silly. So all of this stuff goes down to there. Maybe let's do this directly. Okay. Cat to tumpmu.json splat. There it is. Everything in its glory. jq.tumpmu.json. Well, apparently it's still upset with me on that, so I'm going to actually have to just go and make this file myself. Well, luckily that's relatively easy to do because I can click this little tick box here, and oh, the normal mode is obviously also broken. Was it? Oh, oops, no. Let me just compile the binary. The normal mode looks okay. Here, what am I missing? Yeah, the dwarf format is more likely what is where I'm going with this actually. Yeah, Pantouf also, Patouf. Yeah, that's interesting. So I think that's a lot more likely is that the binary mode is what's confusing it. There's an output in our parsing of this. So what we do, so the sort of the magic that Compiler Explorer does. Actually, let me. Yeah, that is working. The magic that Compiler Explorer does is to parse as much of the debug information in order to determine all the things that we want to do. I see. Partouf has said that they will be broken in CMake mode. So that sounds like a separate issue. So at least for now, I'm going to just try and fix this binary mode, this sort of very egregious bug where we don't even see any output. But yeah, we parse the debug output of the compiler if we're not compiling to binary. So inside the output from the compiler, there will be some dwarf directives that get put in, and those are the way that lets us map source to the assembly output and to do filtering. When we're doing binary mode, we have to disassemble the generated binary and then use the debug information that was put into the put into the object code and therefore read out by the disassembler in order to recover the same information. And clearly, we're having a problem here. So I need to generate a test case so that I can work and iterate quickly and locally rather than anything else. So I want to get this text here into a file that I can then run through the test system and fiddle around with, set breakpoints, all that kind of good stuff. So I'm going to take the command line that we passed here, and I'm going to run opt compiler explorer. This is clang 14 bin clang plus all of those things, and then we need to fiddle these things here. So the output is obviously not going to be output.s. Let's do temp output.o. We know it's an O. That looks good. That looks good. That looks good. Everything else in here is good except for this example.cpp, which is obviously on my local machine is where we saved the square file, the source code here, which we just put somewhere. So I'm just going to cat to temp source.c, C++ or CPP at least, whatever. Splat, okay. So this will be temp source.cpp, thank you my shell, all those things go. Linker failed, undefined reference to main, of course. So behind the scenes, when we compiled to binary, Compiler Explorer just adds an empty main. So I need to actually edit that, add that. So let's add that right now. So int main splat return 0. I don't even need to return 0, do we? But there we go, lovely. So now we've got temp object.o, and if we look at the output from the code, this came from -d instant with blah 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 blah. Okay, so we're running objdump with those commands. So I'm going to run the same things here. Objdump -d temp output.o, and then we'll grab all of the other, oh, if I can remember which shell it was in, all of the other components -l -L, so M Intel. Right. All right, brilliant. And we're going to put that into bug344.asm. Oh, well, isn't that interesting? That is very interesting. Dwarf error. Well, there was no actual error like in the output. We got a 0, but we got a invalid or unhandled form value. Now I don't know how normal or otherwise that is. So I wonder if we need a newer version of objdump. Do I have GCC trunk installed anywhere here? No, I don't. Okay, so C install x86 GCC trunk. Oh, I have to enable nightly. If I've got the right magic incantation. No. Oh, because now it's... maybe don't need that one there. Be nice if I knew how to use my own tools, wouldn't it? Ah, yeah, see, now I don't want to install the ARM GCC right now. Life's too short for that, so I need to do a list. List GCC, and then we'll be able to find out what the actual thing is I need to do just to get. That's the one I want. Install that one, thank you very much. Now the reason I say nightly is, of course, we've got a very up-to-date build of GCC 11, and I think the latest one is 11. GCC 12 is coming very soon, as I recall. .org. Oh, if I could type it right, that would be useful, wouldn't it? So 11.3 is the latest released version, and I'm seeing, like, yeah, 12 is here. It's coming soon. Now, as it happens, objdump itself is not part of GCC. We just happen to build it as part of it. It's part of binutils. So it's possible, but we need to actually upgrade binutils itself. So this is a bit of a wag, bit of a guess. And where did this go to? GCC trunk. Come on. Trunk 20220426 bin objdump. So that is interesting in itself, right? Now, I don't know if that is actually the problem, but immediately just putting the latest version of our built objdump, which may actually be the exact same version as in GCC 11, might be a problem. Yeah, but as Partoof is saying in the chat, I don't know that GCC trunk actually uses the latest binutils. I can't remember what it did. But let's see if this is actually part of the problem or whether it's just another issue to look at. So the disassembly obviously contains everything, and now I have to remember how we normally deal with the debug information. What does a normal one of these look like? Right, to the code. To the code. Oh, have I even got the code open? I don't know that I have. No, I don't think I have. All right, to the IDE. So I'll wait a couple of 100 years while the IDE starts up. That's not too bad. And we don't really want the Infra project. We want the Compiler Explorer project. Thank you very much. And we might as well get rid of Infra to save on memory. All right, so let's go and look at the Asm Parsers. So we have various assembly parsers that parse all the different outputs. And if I remember rightly, we have... Does this handle a binary or not? There's either a different one in here that handles the ASM raw. I forget which one. No, I don't think it's that. One of these might have a separate function to process ASM. Is there a process binary ASM? Oh, to do's, yeah, make this function smaller. There we go. Okay, so this file handles both things. It just has a binary ASM. And so normally, how do we discover if we're in source.file? I see. And we're looking for line RE. And line RE is, I see. So maybe when we normally disassemble, in fact, let's just compile a regular thing. Let's just use normal old GCC and do -o temp output gcc.o temp source.c, what was it? CPP. Love it. And it's not a .o, is it? I don't know why I thought that was a .o. We'll use this version here, and we'll pick all of these other bits and pieces here. We won't actually do that, and obviously we want output gcc.o. And then we're going to obviously fix the egregious fish shell telling me that that's bad. Less. So normally, how are we determining? We've got all of these things. So main is here. Are we looking for these things? I don't know. What line are we looking here? Line after the label. In between the labels. Yeah, I'm just looking there. Not seeing it in this dump here, but maybe is that the one we're looking at there? Line RE is these read-only and write-only ones. Oh, of course I didn't compile the damn thing with G. Right. So I'm not comparing like with like. So let's go and compile this with GCC and do -g like we normally do, and then do the obj dump, and then there we go. Yes, like so, exactly as Partoof was saying. We normally get these lines in here, which is great. So it does indicate that the bug is likely to be the fact that we need to use a newer bin utils. So I wonder what happens if I use my local bin utils, if I just use regular old obj dump here. But what version have I got on this computer? So I've got version 234, and if we run the obj dump from trunk, what version are we getting? 235 spot 1. Okay, and if we go to, wait for it, we go to bin utils, just type for bin utils, and we try and work out on this page where the heck that 238. So that looks fascinating. That looks a lot newer, obviously. All right, well, this has taken a turn, an unfortunate turn. And Partoof has noticed also that I didn't pass -g. I did not, so thank you, my friend. You're keeping me from making too many obvious mistakes. Brilliant. So we need a newer version of bin utils. So I would like to test first whether that actually is going to help us. But building a newer version of bin utils is not necessarily that straightforward. So what am I going to do here? I think what I'm going to try and do is I'm going to show you how we build our compilers. And we are going to make the trunk build of GCC. Let's see if the trunk build of GCC will build with this version of latest version of bin utils. It used to have problems, but which is why I think we pinned it. What have I got different here? Oh, good old idea. Lovely. Do your thing. So we have a separate project called GCC Builder. Let me just go and find it in here. GCC Builder, boom. And all that this is a Docker image which kind of gives us a consistent build environment, and a build.sh which says this is how we're going to build the world. And so it's going to be relatively straightforward to edit this. And so we're going to go into build.sh, and we're going to look for bin utils, git URL, bin utils version equals 236.1. So trunk, if you can see, we're actually, undo. Trunk is actually pinning to an older version on purpose, confusingly. So we get 236.1 if we were to use GCC versions 11, or are we pinning that? Bin utils version. Bin utils version is only mentioned. Bin utils version is only mentioned there. So actually it's an older version, but we saw it with the GCC 11, so it can't just be GCC 11. So I'm going to take a massive guess on trying to bump our bin utils to the latest version. So this is 22.38. 2.38 even. Let's give it a go. All right. So dot. And yeah, look at all those things. It's like I've done this before. So I'm just literally building the Docker container, which I've built a number of times before, so it's pretty quick. And I'm going to see if this goes well or not. So this is going to be a pretty slow process. If it looks like it's starting okay, for some definition of okay, I might just check this in as a guess and then trigger a build of our GCC trunk. So bin use 238. This is the bit that I was hoping would actually pass, which it has. So it's extracting the right version of bin utils, and it does in fact exist, and they haven't moved it on their FTP site like they like to do. And off we go. So far, so good. Now, I am on a very fast computer here, thankfully. Well, my definition of fast. But the machine that we build GCC on is faster than this. So I think this is good enough for me to hit Control-C, wait 100 years, and then say git add or git commit -m use bin utils 2.38 for everything, and hope that that does in fact work for everything, including the older versions. We'll have to pin it back if it starts going wrong. Excuse me. And this is build boom. Okay, now normally I PR this and whatever, but the people who are interested in seeing this PR are actually watching on the stream right now, so I'm going to just check that in, and then you get to see a bit more of how the sausage is made behind the scenes. So there is a GitHub action now that will build that Docker image, and I've got that thing that's stuck in my teeth is super annoying. Sorry to gurn at the camera. All right, this shouldn't take very long. So this is just building the Docker image that we will later then run on our own servers. So behind the scenes, we have our own GitHub Actions runners that run on AWS, and those are very beefy machines. We used to use our own dedicated build machine, and we still do for some things, but now we have GitHub Actions running everything, and then we supply our own runners that run on much more powerful hardware than GitHub gives you for free. If you're building a bunch of compilers every night, you will know what I mean. These machines can build Clang and GCC in like a few minutes, as opposed to hours that would have taken, or in fact timing out probably, if we were to look at normal GitHub workers. All right, so things are happening behind the scenes. And drum roll. Yeah, I need to get a toothpick, but I have to go and get one. Normally I end up using a horrible bit of paper or something behind the scenes here. But, you know, there's only so much one can do. I have terrible problems with some of my teeth, and so I've got all the gear upstairs for like clearing it out bits and pieces. But this is one of those things they don't tell you when you get older, is that the gaps between your teeth increase until like literally everything you eat gets stuck in between them all the time. Maybe that's just me. Come on, Github. Also, for those who follow me on Twitter, you've noticed that I was complaining about my back pain. Well, yesterday sitting all day didn't really help me. So I have a hot water bottle behind me that's keeping my back sort of vaguely okay. So if you see me adjusting awkwardly, it's because of that. Anyway, I think that means we have builded, or built, as native English speakers would say, really. Which I am, all right, just for clarity here, but I'm just lampooning myself. Okay, so we now have a new version of the GCC builder, and now I can go to yet another project on our ever-confusing set of projects, which is the compiler workflows. And here we have our daily builds of all the compilers, and you can see some of them are failing, but every night these build, and it takes, you know, however long, 26 minutes, 23 minutes, 5 minutes, all that kind of stuff. So here is GCC via GCC trunk. So this one last ran 15 hours ago and took 18 minutes. So that's how long it's going to take this. So let's find it on the side here, and it's passed every other time, and we're just going to say, yes, please. Can you please build that? So in 20 odd minutes time, we will hopefully have a new version of GCC, and then this will be a configuration change where once we've installed the trunk version of GCC and its attendant version of binutils, which is kind of a wart, the fact that we're relying on binutils coming from there. So maybe there's an argument for not doing it this way. Yes, Luca's saying it helps to move around. Absolutely does. Now at work, in my day job, I have a sitting standing desk, which is great. Here, the previous folks that we bought the house off of have this lovely built-in desk, which seems rude not to use, and I haven't got any way of making it go up and down. There's a keyboard tray at a height that I really, really like. So there's not much I can do. I could get one of those things that moves the things up and down, but then I'd have to come up with a new way to sort of solve my keyboard. And that's not good. So anyway, complaints, normal, moanings are behind. And all right, well, this is queued. It takes a while for our workers to wake up, but we don't have them running all the time. So I'm going to leave that going, and I'm going to write down on my notes, because I will forget otherwise, as I'm so old and crumbly, that we will, in around about 11 o'clock, we're going to check and update binutils. And I'll be able to test that locally first, and then it will be a configuration change, and that will solve that bug, although, as Partouf says, there may be issues down the line for other parts of the code, which I will punt on for now. Okay, well, as we kind of have 20 minutes to kill here, what I was supposed to be doing is looking at our startup time. So we made some changes yesterday, a considerable number of changes, to speed up both the deploy time and the time it takes us to start up a new node. Behind the scenes, we have a number of machines that run. In fact, let me bring up some interesting and fun statistics while we're talking. So this is our Grafana page, which unfortunately I haven't found a way of decently being open to the public. So this is the only time you get to see these kinds of things here. And I don't know how readable it is on the stream. Probably not, but you get some idea. So at the moment we are running 5 instances of the code. So there are 5 machines that are handling the load that's being sent by all the requests that are coming in at the moment. That's fairly typical for this time of the day. This is the last 3 hours of it. And I wonder if I zoom, does that work? Oh yeah, it does work. That works better than I thought it did. So maybe you can read it a bit better now. When we get extra load, we automatically start up new instances, but those instances take a while to start up. And if it takes too long for them to start up, then obviously by the time the load has come and gone, we're too late to help out. And that contributes to the site feeling sluggish. So it would be nice to keep the startup time lean and mean. There's another reason why having a fast startup time is beneficial to us. The startup time is also used when we are doing rolling site updates. So what we do at the moment for our current setup is we refresh instances. So we just basically take them down and replace them with a new version of the code slowly, and so that there's never a time when the site's down and there's not like a big bang switch between an old version and a new version, which we've discussed. But right now what happens is that instances come and go, and we just generally take one out and put a new one in and wait for everything to settle down and become healthy. And then once that's good, we take another one out and put a new one in. And so there's this kind of process, and each one of those takes as long as it takes for an instance to come up and become healthy, and that slows down the deployment. Particularly if we have to do a midday deployment where there are like up to 14 instances. If there are 14 instances running, it can take 14 times startup time times 2, because we have to wait for everything to become healthy and to be stable, and that can be like an hour and a half. That's no good. So we want to speed that up. One of the things we measure is how long it takes us to start up. So this green line here that's sort of hovering around 50 seconds is how long it takes for the operating system to be ready. Excuse me. And you see something happened here. I don't even know what happened here over the end of this is now 1 year's worth of data. What do I mean? Sorry, someone's asking. What do I mean by built-in desk? Like, it's literally part of the furniture of the house. It's It's as if it was like a cupboard. Like, so you see the TV stand. Oh, you probably can't see it behind me because I've deliberately cropped the camera. But like the furniture is actually built into the house. It can't be moved around. It's not like a oh, now I've ruined this. Ow, and then my back hurts. That was silly. And now I've dropped me. All right, I'm back in. Anyway, it physically built into the thing. It can't be moved. It's like drawers and cupboards and things, and it's nice but immobile. I mean, obviously, with given enough incentive, I could move it, but it would take half the wall with it. Anywho, this is how long it takes the operating system to start up. Something weird happened over Christmas time, and I don't know what. This is a year's worth of data. But anyway, the general trend is it's been taking longer and longer for us to start up. And then when we noticed this, I added in how long does Compiler Explorer itself take to start up. So we've now got extra information here. And around the same time, we sort of sped up the operating system startup time a little bit, which I can go into all the details there. But the issue here is like we're still creeping up. It's come down in total, but it's still heading up and to the right, which means that as we add more compilers, which is what this is linear in, then the site takes longer and longer to start back up again. And so I want to understand why that is the case. We have a bunch of stuff that in CE itself that should be quick now, and it should be like, you know, there it says it takes 25 seconds to start up. It shouldn't do. It's a node process. There's not much it's doing. So someone asked which country I live in. I live in Chicago here in the US. And so zoom in on that bit there. Yeah. Oh. Anyway, right. Let's go back to the last 3 hours. And so I want to speed up the startup time. So if I run locally, you saw that it didn't take all that long to start. In fact, I've still got it running here, I think. And let's hit enter there. This is doing more work than it needs to do as well, because we've got the debug on. But for my few compilers here, it took 9 seconds. Now, if I go on to our production instances and have a look at them, they still take around 30 seconds. Contributing factors to that are the fact that our compilers are stored on a network drive. When you have like a terabyte and change of compilers, building them into the images that each machine has itself is not scalable either. That means it becomes even harder to roll out compiler changes. So we experimented with a number of things, one of which is network file systems. And one of the things that we do is have some SquashFS magic going over the top of that too. And that's part of the operating system startup. But either way, it takes us a little while to even find the compilers and run them. What yesterday was all about was speeding up that process and caching it. We have an offline process that generates the list of compilers we're going to use. But even with that, it's still taking a while for us to start up. And that is confusing, and I don't know why. So we need to look into that, amongst other things. Okay. Well, actually, I'll tell you what. Before I get stuck in that, the back of my mind, I'm sort of worrying about this compilation, and I somehow need to find the stupid my alt tab, because I have 2 monitors, and the second monitor is now the one that has my switcher on. I can't see. All right, the GCC build is still going, which is good news. That sort of implies that it hasn't broken yet. So that looks like it's going to work. All right, so we'll keep that on the back burner, and we've got another sort of 15 minutes of that before it'll be ready for us to look at. Okay, dashboard can move up here. Let's try and keep this vaguely sane. So one thing I was looking at this morning was, can I put some tracing into our startup time so that I have some understanding of where we're spending our time. Something I do in my day job a lot is add tracing points along the way of an application, which lets me, with relatively low overhead, work out the hierarchy of what's going on and how long things are taking. Unfortunately, I can't reproduce the slowness running locally, as it seems to run quite quickly. So what do we got in here? Test filter cases. So we now know that the filters cases test is unlikely to be a bug in our code. So I'm just going to remove that thing and go back to main. Make sure we've got everything up to date. And then what I'm going to try and I will try and get this to reproduce locally. So I'm going to just run make dev without restricting the languages, and this time we're just going to see how long it takes to start up on my computer. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. So 10 seconds to get 231 compilers running. So that sounds great. And I'm not even using the pre-canned compiler listing. So I need to look at, and so last night I, oh yeah, Partoof is saying something as well about, other things. Sorry, Partoof, I'm getting confused. Yeah, last night I was looking at our staging system, and I have to be a bit careful about this. So I'm going to bring up the stats for our staging system. So our staging system is publicly accessible, and we have like a log system, and the logging system for the systems does reveal some of the IP addresses. So obviously that's PII, and I don't want to share that on a live stream, but I think it's safe to do so for our staging instances if I can get the right area, because the only IP I'll be revealing is my own, and I'm cool with that. Or anyone else, and I'm just looking here, no one else has hit it. Great. Okay, so I'm going to bring this over onto the stream visible thing. So this is one of the many things that we use to debug what on earth is going on in our systems. This is essentially the log output from the live sites, and here I've limited it to just seeing our staging instance, which is not up at the moment. So even if you folks on the stream try and hit it, you won't be revealing your IPs to anybody. Well, that is interesting. I've never noticed that one before. Oh dear. What are we running here? Zig. Zig takes 20 seconds. Wonder what that was. All right, ignoring that. If you've ever run Compiler Explorer locally, you know that this is what it says at the end. And so here it took a minute to start up, and that's not ideal. That's not ideal. And so what I'm going to try and do is make a list of a timeline without the trace. So I haven't got any tracing in yet, but I will do some kind of timeline to work out roughly where the time is going. And it's going to involve a lot of like paging up and down and finding the beginning part here, because we have an awful lot of log output, as you can imagine, while we start up. Oh, meanwhile, I've lost the YouTube chat, so I don't know if you're telling me I'm being stupid. Yes, add some sleep statements to make it slower locally. That's a great idea. Okay. Oh, have I gone too far? I think I might have gone too far. Oh, here we are. Connected to paper trail, I think, is the first thing we see when it's working. Configured paper trail. Love it. Okay. So this startup started rather conveniently at 12. I've lost it already. 12:58 even. Startup. Now that isn't really the startup, because something happened before then. We do some stuff before we even log anything out. And we are logging to standard out before we log to paper trail. Once we've read our configuration, we can know where we're meant to send our logs to. So, but that happens quite early on, but it's still something to bear in mind. So 12:58 even, we're doing all of this stuff here. Initializing wine, waiting, blah, 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 blah. And I wonder what version this is. I should log out which version it is. And this is meant to be, you're not supposed to look at the DSN there, but it's fine. I will move that off the screen just for now, even though it's silly. So there's the wine finishing at 12:58:20. So 12:58:20, wine is ready. So we use wine for some of our legacy Windows compilers, and because I have a policy of never getting rid of old compilers, we unfortunately are cursed to support them forevermore. Wine is a pain because, unlike most of our other systems, it takes a long time to start it up, as it has to sort of fire up a fake Windows system. And unlike most of our other sandboxing techniques, we can't isolate wine in exactly the same way. So most wine compilers run in the same environment as other compilations, which is not a great thing for security. It's not a great thing for all the reasons, but there's no real way around it without wine taking a very long time to start. So unfortunately, it also takes us a while to prepare a wine environment so that it's ready to go. 20 seconds. Now, as it happens, last night and this morning, I was actually working on something which makes that the wine setup is not blocking for the rest of the startup process. So that will be 20 seconds, fingers crossed, hopefully, that we don't have to wait for when we're running wine compilers. And hello, Oliver. And text is super tiny, and so is your head. All right, okay. I don't want my head to be too big. I need to, if I invested in a green screen, then maybe it would be better. But, well, I'm sorry, I'm going to make everyone motion sick. Oh, crikey. I'll try and get this a little bit more centered, and then I could do some zooming. But, yeah, I didn't want to take up too much of the space with my own noggin. It's not that important, but it is useful. I feel like if I have a camera to look at, I feel like less like I'm talking to myself. So, thank you for the feedback. I'll have a tweak with that in a bit, but not live. Anyway, so 20 seconds is waiting for wine to start up, and hopefully I have already fixed that, and we'll go and test that in a minute. Then, what are we saying? So this is 12:58:22. We get creating, I guess, compilers. 1, 2, 4, 7. So 1,247 compilers are going to be created. And I don't know why I said... Yeah, so it says wine is ready before that, doesn't it? At 20 it was saying wine. Everything is working. So there's something in between there. So there's some other 2 seconds worth of other MISC set up here, 2 seconds. You can see why I want to do an automated thing. And so what I do at work is use Chrome tracing format, and then I can load it into perfetto.dev, or I can load it into the Chrome browser itself, and you get this nice timeline view of what's going on. And, okay, some warnings about libraries not having include paths, some hashes and stuff. So, I mean, I don't mind MISC setup taking 2 seconds, right? That seems like there's work to be done there, but we can go and work out what it is. Then from 58:23, we are... Oh, actually, I guess this is now just then creating compilers. You can see there's pages and pages and pages and pages of creating these compilers. And by creating the compilers, what I mean is creating the object inside Compiler Explorer that is the that holds all of the compiler information. And traditionally that runs, dash dash version and dash dash help and help target and all those kinds of things from the compiler, and takes a long time. And that's what we worked on yesterday, making sure that that is faster. And indeed, in most cases, we've already done that work and we load it in from a file that's pre-canned, so it doesn't take very long. And okay, so next up is 12:58:23 created compiler. So that's great. Unless I'm missing something here, 12:58:23 compilers created 12:47. Yeah, that's awesome. So that means we only took a second to generate 1,000 compilers, which means that all of the good things are happening and it's actually hitting caches and no actual work is being done, which is what we want. And then we say 58:26, 12:58:26, and we're kind of ready. So it's 3 seconds of other stuff afterwards. Okay, we're fetching remote compilers. Oh, remote libraries. That's pretty quick. Well, what I'm seeing here is... What have we got here? We've got like 2 seconds MISC, 3 seconds like late MISC, 20 seconds wine, 1 second compilers. That's like 26 seconds of things, but apparently it took 61 seconds, 61.33 milliseconds is what it's saying on the right hand side. Oh, again, I can't zoom because it'll just look terrible. So we've got some kind of unaccounted stuff. So let's go and look at what the code says about what the startup duration is, because I think it might take into account something else. And I'm so sorry, I'm coughing and spluttering here. So to the code and to the grep inside the code and say startup duration, we've got 2 log lines. Both cases we say process.uptime times 1000. Okay, that's awesome. So what that's telling us is that we are using how long the process has been running for as the startup duration, which means that it takes into account some of the time that we couldn't see. And that's great. It means that of the remaining time that we can't account from 1258, there must be around about, by the look of it, 30 seconds of other things going on, which is bewildering to me and will be an interesting thing to dig into. That said, I'm going to quickly check on our other thread of execution right now. I'm sorry for the confusion here. I'm trying to sort of make the most of my time, and if I could actually use the computer, it would be helpful. Let's have a look over at our GCC trunk. Oh, something went wrong. Well, that means it ran out of memory because of the sheer amount of output from building GCC. So GCC trunk apparently is still building. And because we haven't seen any output for a while, my guess is... Oh! Wait a second. Huh. Step has been truncated due to its large size. Yes, I'll say. If you've ever looked at the output from building a compiler, there's quite a lot of it. So we can't tell where it is really in the build now because the GitHub agent has given up on us. But hopefully soon it will be done, and then we can close off the first bug that I opened with, which was supposed to be the appetizer as opposed to more complicated. But that's how life is. So in the meanwhile, what I might try and do is get the staging node in a situation where I can actually run and debug it in situ, like actually on the hardware that we run Compiler Explorer on, and with the network configuration that we run Compiler Explorer with, because I want to work out where the heck the rest of that time is coming from. But before that, I might scroll to the top of this and just find that first log statement in the code and see if there's anything obvious. So configured paper trail is the first thing that we see. And so let's see where in the code we might configure paper trail such that we can... GCC has built now. Darn it. Okay, so we'll come back to paper trail and we're going to switch back to try and finish off the first thing we started. So that's going to involve me finding a shell over here and checking back out our MG3564 branch. And what we're going to do is ce install -- enable nightly install GCC. What was the history merge? Ce install enable instantly there. Okay, so we're going to reinstall the latest GCC. Now that, in theory, it will contain a newer version of binutils. And first of all, hooray, it built, which is great news, as clearly we were pinning it to an older version of binutils for a bug reason, and I don't know quite what was going on. Okay, moving from staging, opt, compiler explorer, GCC jump, blah, 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 version. That's what we wanted to see, version 2.38. Let me maximize this and then make it hopefully easy for you to read. So if you remember rightly, in my temp directory somewhere, we have got output.o. And so let's find output.o and then just pipe this through less now. Well, first of all, let's just run it and see if there's any errors. No errors now. It's not complaining about anything. And do we have our file names? I don't know that we do, though. Did I build... I mean, we don't have the error. We've definitely got the -d. Let me see if I built this with -o, which was the problem I had with the first GCC thing. All right, well, thank you, folks, for answering questions in the chat for me. So let's try and find, where did I output.o? Yeah, so the Clang++ here is using -g. So that definitely has got the debug information in it, in theory. So something has changed. So -D is disassemble. -G display debug information in object file, but I'm not sure that that is what we want. Let's see if we put -G in there, do we get this now? No, we just literally get the stabs dumped out, which I don't really want to have to write a parser for, as wonderful as it is. So that is very interesting and not at all what I was expecting and hoping for. Again, this was meant to be a nice fun thing to do, but if we look around where our main function is, or the square function, we don't have any source references around here at all. Okay, are there any other new and exciting things that objdump can do to print these things out? So, intermix source code with disassembly. We can try to see if that is magically what it would do. I don't think that is going to work in this instance. No. So something about the way that the output is done. This is going to be a much more difficult thing to do. What does GDB think about this? So first of all, GDB doesn't understand. The version of GDB that I've got on this computer doesn't understand it. But if I say break on square, for example, no symbol table. Yeah, so something is very, very screwy with the new debug information. So I am going to have to punt on this for now, I think. I don't know that this is something I can solve easily while we're streaming. So let's go back to this and at least add some information here. It seems like a new type of debug information is being used by Clang. We have updated objdump to the version 2.38, the latest version 2.38, but the whatever information Clang is putting in its files, its executables, yeah, I guess binary file, binary output doesn't end up generating the type comments we expect. So I'm going to unassign myself to make sure it's clear that I'm not currently working on it. But I have to come back to that. That's a pain. That's the kind of thing that normally I'll go to Twitter and kind of beg from somebody in Clang to turn around and go, oh yeah, just do this thing. So I might do that in a second, but I'm too proud to do it online, live. So that is a shame. Back to where we were before, which is trying to speed up the original intention of this this stream before I got kind of nerd sniped into by myself, I should add, into solving what would have meant to be a quick and easy bug to kind of get us started as a amuse-bouche for this whole thing. Right, you can go away. But we've made the world a better place, right? We're using a newer version of bin utils, which is always a good thing. Okay. Any other things? My brain has ceased working. We were over in this world going, what on earth could possibly take 40 seconds or 30 seconds at startup? That's right. So configured paper trail is what we are looking for to try and work out, where we might be spending our time before we see that line. Obviously, before we see that line, paper trail being this like log endpoint, we don't know where our time is being taken because we haven't got a record of it. So configured paper trail is here. Log to paper trail is what the function is called, and I'm sort of just following up the stack here. Somewhere in app.js. Okay, so it's really near the start. We have log to paper trail, log to Loki, right at the top of app.js, which is effectively the beginning of Compiler Explorer. We have all this import nonsense, which could be the problem, right? It could literally be just taking a while to import everything, although it doesn't seem to when I run it locally. If there's a temporary dir, we do some things. Git release name. If fs exists sync, it's just loading files. Release build number, default arguments, and then log to paper trail. Well, that is interesting. Now, of course, if this is asynchronous stuff that's going on inside here, these log lines, then potentially there's a time before it gets actually sent out. But if we don't yield to the event loop, then we won't find out about things getting blasted out until later on. So it could be that all of these things did not happen at 12:58:00. They actually happened beforehand, and then they got kind of stuck in a queue until we actually did our first await, which could be it. So it could be more things to do with the wine startup. So I guess what I should do is run the latest version of the code to get a more up-to-date version of what's going on. But this is why I was thinking about putting tracing in, because before I did that, I was thinking, hey, if it's easy to do, let's just put some kind of trace code in. But it turns out that it's not. There's not an obvious library. Well, not one I'm prepared to hack in right now. So let's go through a quick site update to show you how that process works, and also to get a new data point in terms of startup time. So over here, we're going to go to, if I find my right shell, I'm sorry, it looks like I don't know what I'm doing, because frankly I don't. Let me just double check that no one else is using dev. Can I stealing staging back? So that's me chatting in a separate window, which is not being shown for obvious reasons. It's Discord, and we're going to go mosh. C admin login -- mosh. This is me logging into our administration server, and then I want to attach to the shared session that we use to do all of our work here. So this is when I say we, I mean the Compiler Explorer administrating team, and yeah. So the problem about console log, Oliver, is it doesn't go anywhere that I can see it, right? Because this is running on a machine that is not here. That's why we have that paper trail thing. It's an endpoint, but then it has its own problems. And so I need to kind of have a more systematic way of accumulating those bits of information with timestamps associated with them. And my concern right now is that first logging statement is like right at the beginning of the program. And so if it's taking 40 more seconds that's not coming up, then there's a mystery somewhere that I don't know about. And it's feasibly maybe already solved by having an asynchronous wine startup. But yeah, it needs to be pushed to the log queue with timestamps we can be sure about. So I'm going to push and see where we are, and then even with that, I'm then going to fiddle around and play with a staging node myself and see if I can't work out what's going on. So I'm going to have a look at the list of builds, and we're currently on something that Ruben has been working on. This is Rab's Rincon. Yep. So right. Adding a timestamp to the log is one way of doing it, but I don't know if it's already doing that. For all I know, maybe that's actually how it works already. I don't know enough about the logging system to know if it's doing that for me or not. I don't know if that's a send time or a log time. Either way, I'm going to just quickly get a new version going. So let's do build set current gh2563. And this is the staging environment, and it's main, and we're going to do this thing, and it says compiler discovery has not run, and I'm going to, do you wish to continue? And I'm going to say yes to this. This is something that we've been working on yesterday. Compiler discovery is our process where we run Compiler Explorer offline, and just say, hey, dump out the state after starting up, and we just load that back in again to make it a fast startup, we're probably going to move away from that. The jury is still out, but either way, it should still be very fast to do this. We'll see. Marking as a release in Sentry. Okay, and I'm going to say environment status, and we are stop. So I'm going to start the environment. So now this means that our world is my world is the staging environment is coming up. So we can say instances status as well. We should be able to see that nothing's running yet, but we can do this good old Unix watch command. This is my poor man's wait for the systems to come back up again while I have some coffee. So, hey Abhishek, I hope I'm saying your name right. But yeah, it's going okay so far today, although my back is playing up some more. I could probably do with putting some more hot water in this hot water bottle that's keeping my back warm at the moment. Aha! Right, so we have an instance now. You can see its address, that's its internal address. It's running, and that means I can actually log into it now. So I'm going to actually do instances login. It hasn't yet become healthy. This actually is where, if I were to be able to do top, yeah, so system D is starting up. So this is actually interesting in itself. I don't know what the hell system D thinks it's doing right now, but it's not taking up any time. Oh, XZ. What are you doing? Is it decompressing? That is odd. What are you doing? But this is interesting. These are tidings indeed. This is where it gets actually installed to deploy. Is it still unpacking this? Because sorry, you're going to see me in right shape, new starting hash key, channel ARN. Does anyone recognize what the heck that could be? I'm like, what are you doing? What are you doing, Node? Why are you taking so long? Okay, now NSolid is our particular version of Node that we're running, and now it's doing work. So that's interesting in itself, right? The fact that we took so long to start up. Confusing. Okay, so at least by now, if we go to paper trail, all right, so please don't hit the staging site unless you want your IP to be revealed to the whole universe. Okay, 27 seconds is how long it took this time. And you'll notice after we started up, wine still was starting. So that's a great sign. That is a very good sign that at least 20 seconds worth, if not more, was going. So that now finally wine has come up after we're ready to serve requests. The way that I've made the change to make wine asynchronous is that anything that actually needs wine will block until wine is ready. And the thing is, nothing should need wine because we've either cached the fact that what the wine compilers do, or nobody actually needs to use the wine compiler. Very few people actually compile it with wine. So that, I think, is an unmitigated win. And you can't read it, of course, because it's too blinking small. But let me zoom in here. So yeah, a good 20 more seconds after we started up, wine said, hey, I'm ready to go. So I am now going to test it. So you're going to get to see my IP address. Hooray for me. Not staging. And I'll zoom in on over here. Let's just make sure, if I were to reset code and UI layout, maybe I've zoomed in just a bit too much. And let's pick one of those wine compilers and make sure they actually work still. Because it's all well and good being fast, but, fast and broken is no good. Okay, so we are still working. That's great. All right, well, that's just a win. That's just a win, and I'm happy with it. Let's see if we were to now look at... so, yeah, there's my IP address, everyone. let's see if there is any other explanations for this sort of startup time. So if we go back to my somewhere I had that thing. Here it is. Okay, so this is now secondary notes. So after async wine change, asynchronous wine. Yeah, failing fast is definitely an important thing, right? If you can't test something, fail fast. Now, that is one thing we lost with making wine asynchronous. I did originally do some more waiting just to make sure it looked like it was starting up okay, but we have lost the, if wine is completely broken, then we won't notice until after we've started up. But given how unimportant, relatively speaking, wine is compared to all the other compilers that run, maybe I've just offended some people who love those wine compilers, but they're the bane of my existence. So anyway, let's work backwards for this one, so save me. So at 16, 10, 21, ready to serve, and scrolling back up, so many compilers, 1,247 of them. Definitely some no such file or directory stuff going on there, which is interesting. I need to look into that, but not now. Exes found. Creating compilers is here. So that is at 16, 10, 08. Creating compilers. So this now shows me, so compiler creation. Now, there is the time that happened because I hadn't done the pre-step to to generate the sort of canned list of compilers. So I might restart the system, and with that having been done, which will make it even faster, and that will that will let us gather information about whether or not that is worthwhile still keeping or not. So that's to do. I'm going to add that to the bottom of my list here. Try with pre-found compilers. Okay, so let's just have a look at the rest of this. Configured papertrail at 16, 10, 07 configured papertrail. And then how long did we think it took? I'm just going to go to the end of this again. Sorry for jumping around all over the place. 2722622 milliseconds is how long that took. And so there is 7 to 21 seconds here. So how much is unaccounted in that? My brain doesn't work that well. So what is 21 minus 7 is 14. So we still have 14 seconds unaccounted for, even in this world, which is not too surprising. So all the things that we talked about with regards to asynchronous wine, maybe blocking up the pipes and then logging stuff late. I don't know if that's answered our question here. It certainly hasn't been, hasn't immediately solved everything. So there's definitely 14 seconds that happens before anything starts. And that process.time is interesting. I mean, 14 seconds sounds a lot when you consider that, like, we've got effectively... oh, hang on a second. Did I just do that wrong? I did do that wrong, didn't I? Math. What I want to do is 21 minus 7. So 14 seconds is accounted for. Which means... No, I can do this. 30 seconds is unaccounted. So it's basically the same. So now 50% of the time we can't explain. Very unusual. Definitely improved. Now, if we were to make the compiler creation instant, like if, for example, I do our compiler discovery, which is what we call this process. Let's trigger that now so we can do another get another pre-found compiler. This is discovered, pre-discovered is what we call this. Come on, computer. Pre-discovered compilers. So we're going to go to our infra repo. We're going to go to our GitHub actions. We're going to go to compiler discovery. And we're going to run that workflow. And then what is this build? Does anyone remember? I don't. I'm so forgetful. Oh, and we've still got the mystery. Hang on, let's take a note of this. We have the mystery of the XZ at startup. Ah, stop doing that. I keep trying to save it. All right, give it a file name. Term notes. Oh. There we are. Oh. No, I can't find the right keys. Notes2.txt. There we are. All right, good. Now at least it's saved somewhere. So we're actually on that machine now. I'm going to log out of it, and I'm going to say, what build is this? This was build, oh dear me, it's too small. That's too big now. 2563. So I'm going to pre-can 2563. And I'm going to do environment stop. So we're going to actually stop that entire environment so we don't have like caching effects of restarting the same instance. So I want to do this from cold. This compiler discovery process only takes a couple of minutes, as long as we've done it right. Like this one took 19 minutes, 1 minute, and that's no good. Come on. So it's all down to whether this takes a while or not. Which yesterday I was showing everyone the AWS stuff behind the scenes, so I'm going to do it here while we wait. And where is, oops, authenticator. Don't go stealing my credentials, everyone, all at once. So this is what it looks like on the other side of things. I'll zoom in a little bit. So what I'm checking for here is that our runner is in fact initializing, yes. So at the moment we have a whole bunch of stuff here, a number of production instances, number of GitHub Actions runner, some things that I'm working on that was supposed to be doing this week before I distracted myself, and this is like 3 levels of nerd snipe in now. We've got some stuff that's used behind the scenes to do our Conan stuff. We have a builder node, which is kind of a sort of legacy system. It's running still. That's suspicious. I don't think it should be running still. That's unfortunate. Hamburgers and Matt. Thank you, Oliver. You're making me hungry now. I hastily shoved a sandwich in my mouth before I started this, just to not faint before lunchtime here. So for those, it's 11 in the morning for me here, and it looks like the builder is still running. And I've just seen, okay, I've been told something about the builder. Everything is good. Anyway, yeah. So you can see that that it's not just compiler explorer stuff here. I've got like a Minecraft server for my kids. I've got a multi-user dungeon running, and for those who support me on Patreon, you know, I do some careful accounting to make sure that the money that you give me, thank you very much, it goes appropriately to, say, pay for like the if compiler explorer stuff and not my own personal nonsense. That said, the thing that I was supposed to be doing this week is moving all of this so that it runs on a different account, so that it's completely separate from my home, for all the reasons of I don't necessarily want to hand out all of my credentials to folks that are helping out. That also allows them to, I don't know, look at my personal backups and photographs and all that kind of stuff. Because everything that I do is running out of my own personal, AWS account. And really we should have a compiler explorer account and then have various people with privileges under that. So all of that is sort of heading me in the direction of maybe, just maybe, I have to accept that compiler explorer is a bigger thing than me, and I should make it more of a formal organization. But we haven't got that far yet because it takes a lot of work and effort and time and money. And the last thing I want to do is to incur like accountancy costs and other costs for like running an organization when I don't necessarily need it. Anyway, soapbox over. Compiler discovery is done. Hooray. I'm now going to do CE environment start. And then we're going to do our watch again. And in fact, while that's going, I can show you what's happening behind the scenes. In that case, if I refresh this list of instances, we should see that there will be a staging instance. Oh, that was the one that's shutting down. There should be one coming back up now in a second. We'll refresh again. Still there. Let's, I'm sure I can do this. Yeah, one is now running. It's initializing. So in a second, it'll appear in my list over here. And I can log into it. In fact, if I steal the information here, I can... Oh, there we are, right. Oh, not the public address. I want the private address because I won't be able to get to it through the public address. Annoyingly, they have to have public IP addresses themselves because otherwise I incur the astronomically insane and stupid costs that are Amazon's gateway costs. If you don't have a public IP yourself, then your node can't access the internet at all, which means I can't do anything like apt-get update or anything like that. Ideally, they wouldn't have IP addresses that are open to the world, but they're not because there's firewalls. The whole thing is silly. Anyway, here we are. Let's run top again. XZ. Okay, 3031. What the heck is going on with you? Sudo su pstree splat. Okay, let's just run pstree across the board. Where is exit? It's start.sh, curl and tar. Okay, so something in our star script is taking all of this time, which is great news anyway. This is all part of the startup time of the node and the instance. Let's have a look at our start.sh. XZ. Get discovered compilers. So that's one thing that it's doing, which is fine. No, I take that back. So is it really get release code that takes that long? Unpacking build from blah. That should be in, where the heck is that? That should be in var log somewhere. Or journal cuttle or some other thing that I don't understand because I'm an old man. I don't understand new things. There we are, okay. Surely there's a way of just filtering journal cuttle. Show the system. How do I just show unit? I think oh geez, compiler explorer. Hooray! I'm a professional. Okay, so somewhere in here we might be able to see where it was taking all of the time. Okay, so something took a while there. So this AWS SSM stuff is getting secrets that I don't want to check into source control, understandably. Oh, that's interesting, Oliver. Yeah, Oliver's saying about like the gateway's taking an age. So I'm hoping this doesn't actually output any of the things. I don't think it does. Or maybe it is actually. Well, those things secrets aren't that secret, so that's fine. We're doing all this mounting stuff, which is horrible, but takes a while, and that's something we can worry about later on. But the XZ stuff, unless the SquashFS stuff is actually using XZ behind the scenes, which I don't think it does. I don't think it does. Let's search for XZ. Okay, so S3 key equals that. 2325. Curl pipe tar. It really did take 14 seconds to untar our distribution. Staggering. And you can see here we are, disable further. So this is the other side of the log. So Oliver, if you'd have said, you know, hey, this is where you should print out stuff, you're absolutely right. This is where I can see that it's happening here. So look, here is our lost time. Hooray, we found it. 2407 is when we actually called node. It complained about us doing a sudo because, you know, sudo does. And then it did take, oh man, 4 seconds to get to that point. It just seems to take a long time to start up. There's just nothing else being printed. It's bonkers. I need to look into that. Right. Mysteries abound. Mysteries abound. So, try with pre-discovered compilers. We're going to go and have a look at that in a second. Okay, so XZ at startup is 14 seconds, it seems, of tar unpacking our distribution, which might just be how long it takes, right? We might just have to suck that up and accept it. Still seems a long time, right? We'll go and look at it in a second. Then we saw that the sudo nsolid blah 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 start is 16:24:07. We see PAM warnings at 16:24:37, 14, 13 and 14. We see Morgan deprecated warn at 16:24:36. The ESM and node register stuff is, somebody has pointed out, might be taking a while because it may be doing the transpilation. Also, Partouf mentions that the importing something from Express logs out. So it's like the whole process of importing and potentially cross-compiling or whatever that is taking the time. So maybe we need to kind of compile ahead of time all of our magical things and come up with a better way of distributing the bundle to get the startup time faster. Yeah, we've been having all sorts of TypeScript. That's probably what it is. That's great. This is why doing live stream is so helpful when it's otherwise just me banging my head on a desk. I've a nicely built-in desk. And then logging low key, etc. at 16:24:40. Okay, so let's go and have a look at the other end of this and see if we clawed back the rest of the speed time in recent. So startup duration 29199 didn't materially. Is this the right time? 25? Yeah. Okay, so this is the most recent startup time. And it didn't seem to be that much faster to start up, which surprises me. 29 seconds. Okay, paper trail. Oh, well, that. Yeah. Paper trail. Blah. Whoops. 29331 compared to 27. So if anything, it's 2 seconds slower, which I don't think. I think it's within the noise of all this crap. But 24:44. 24:44, 16:24:44 end compilers. I'm sorry this is too small for you to see, but otherwise we're going to be here forever as it spills into 300 lines. And then 16:24:43 start compiler. So that clearly it was much faster to read the canned compiler list to the tune of like 7 seconds. Now we have other ways of speeding up that 7 seconds of time, which means that maybe there's still an argument for not canning the compilers, but I don't know that that's the important thing to look at right now. The thing that's taking the time is unpacking and transpiling and all the type checking and everything that folks are saying in the chat now. So that is really interesting to me. So I wonder why it doesn't take that long to start up when I run locally. Okay, so for now, I'm going to come off the machine and I'm going to bring down the environment. So it's definitely better than it was. But what I'd like to be able to do is to be able to iterate on this locally and get some idea. So if I just run make on its own, we get something which is a little closer to how we run the site. So first of all, this does Webpack, which takes 100 years. Maybe I need to not do this. Well, we'll let it finish. Obviously, the Webpack stuff we've done, we don't have to redo. That's already gone. Well, I hope. That could be another thing. If somehow Webpack is rerunning in production, then we've got problems. I don't think it is, because I think we log something out when we say that we're doing it, and we would see that. Unfortunately, I don't know very much about... Oh, so Ruben is now... Sorry, Ruben. Yep. I'm just reading our administrator channel, so I apologise to those folks for on there that I leaked IPs of. Yeah, that took a while, didn't it? But all right, so that took a minute. So I don't think we're doing that accidentally. So yeah, does the TSC process have like a cache somewhere? Maybe it does. Because if I run... Oops, if I could type and use my computer correctly like a normal human. Where the heck is... Oh, it's gone too far back. Yes, here we go. So we want to run that. Oh, I don't know what's happened to my shell. I need to do some kind of reset. There we are. Is that going to work? Node that. Splat. Okay, so that seems to start up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so about 6 seconds of startup time is presumably in some of this nonsense here. In fact, if I deliberately make it so that it doesn't work properly, what am I going to do? How am I going to break this? Dump compilers, is it? I really wish I had a memory that was longer than a goldfish's. Root env hostname. Somewhere in here is our list of compilers. Discovery only is what I was looking for. Hooray. So this is the thing that actually generates the list of discovered compilers. So this will then exit having done the startup. So this gives us a good proxy for how long the startup should be able to take. Although it's not apparently hitting the cache. I can't remember how I left this. Did I leave this with a cache on yesterday? So there are some settings for this type of stuff. So I'm going to look at compiler explorer.local.properties, and compiler cache is tumc compiler cache. Okay, so it does exist there. This will be faster the second time. So at the moment I'm essentially populating a cache that was half of the fun. Typescript's cached transpile module. Yeah. Oh, apparently I'm unfortunately bemoaning Goldfish. That's not good. They have good memories apparently. So that took 45 seconds. So like, top tip, if you're impatient like I am and you're forever hyperbolic about how long things take, do yourself a favor and make it so that your shell prompt shows you how long the previous command took to run, because I would have said that took minutes to run, but apparently only took 45 seconds to run, because there's my 45.5 there. Let's run it again and see. It should be almost instant in terms of the actual discovery process, and then we should just be measuring there. 8 seconds is how long it takes on my computer with warmed up all the things. Now that's still not the 20 odd seconds we're seeing, or 14, I think 13 seconds unaccounted for, but it's getting close. And if you imagine that there is some level of what's the word, oh my golly, I'm sorry, some level of caching locally or not, then maybe that's the right thing to do. But I don't know what I don't know really what's going on here. So TS node register obviously is allowing us to import stuff. I wonder, can we webpack this stuff? I hate to say it, or is there like some other like make me an app, please, type thing. Oh, now my mouse pointer is stuck on the wrong. Ubuntu is having a moment, and because I've got two monitors and one of them has the Ubuntu slidey thing panel, I can't move between them smoothly, and I just lost my mouse on the other monitor, but it's back. Now we've hit definitely the level. Yeah, that's... Yeah, somehow we need to run TSC and then, yeah, run the output. So I don't know how we do that, but I know that we've, some of our work is in here. We've got various compilation steps in our make file. Do we have dist in here? I know Austin hates that, so our distribution stuff is now, I think, inside our GitHub nonsense. So let's go and have a look and see how we package up a proper build. And that will be somewhere in test and deploy, and set up no tag deploy no build dist.sh. So let's have a look at etc. scripts build dist.sh. Why don't we look at it in an IDE? I'm sorry. Build dist.sh. Okay, so this is how we build a distribution. We kill the output. We output some nonsense into it. We create some auto-generated files that have our change log and our policies. We set up and build everything. We do production dependencies only so that we minimize the size of things. Some magic. Make sure we haven't just made something that won't work. Version --dist. So there you go. There's a good way of like measuring just the startup time, apparently. Holy smoke. Okay, yeah, so 6 seconds to print out the version. Our challenge then is to work out how to do that. So yeah, Partouf says they had objections to running TSC at one stage, but maybe there's an argument for it, whatever. Some direction now. It's also the case, I want to know what the heck is taking all of the time. Like, how big are those files? It's separate things. All right, we've got a number of things. All right, let's write these down. So first of all, we've got tarball size, which I bet you is the node packages, the packages.json or whatever, the node modules that takes up all the space. Tarball size. And tarball unpack time, 14 seconds. Come on. Then we've got startup time. Are we running TS node in prod? Not TS, well, yeah, TS node. Yes, we are, like Luca. Yes. Yes, my friend, Luca, that is the conclusion that we've come to rather belatedly. So now we just have to, and by we I mean I, have to somehow work out how to turn this line, which is essentially what we're running in prod, into a compiled version thing. So, here we go. All right, my wife is on the phone and has just got back. I'm going to take a very quick break here, so I will be back very shortly. I just need to speak to my wife who's just come in, who's on the phone to someone who's really important, and so I will return, and I'm going to look in the chat, and I'm sure you fine folks will have already worked out everything. So I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Okay. Right, I am back. Sorry about the delay there. I have refilled my hot water bottle, so I'm no longer in quite as much pain. And I probably can only do another half an hour of this anyway. I feel bad, though, ending it without silly starting on this journey that's been said here. So Luca has sent a link to setting up for Typescript, which sounds like a big challenge to me. We have got some things set up. And TS Loader, you know, we can see, but we've never used Webpack to do JSON. Listen to me, Node.js, and so this is going to expose my extreme lack of knowledge about how this whole process is set up and configured, because we have a Webpack setup here. And we have a lot of stuff in here, and the entry is there, and I wonder if we were to just add app in here. Yeah, oh, okay. Luca's saying this is all back-end stuff. Yeah, there's nothing that's running in production in the browser that's doing the transpilation. This is all back-end stuff. So, yeah, I was looking for something like this, but really it's probably just TSC. So npx, whatever it is, we just run TSC on its own, because we have all the configuration not knocking around. Okay, what did that do? Let's have a look at our tsconfig.backend.json and extends base. Include, exclude, compiler, lovely. Base.json. Got it from the builder. This is brilliant. Thank you. You're very patient with an incompetent old man who's an assembly programmer at heart. Okay. And what does that say? That said extends backend. So by default, we're using the backend. And the backend is what? Less backend.json base, yes, and all these things. So I don't know where the build directory is, but there's this out directory here. Let's see what this says. Okay. Out file outdir. Haha, okay. Outdir temp moose pig. Obviously that's the correct output directory. Moose pig. Oh, beautiful. Clearly, though, it doesn't include everything, as we have only the outdist by default. Okay, that might be the case. Okay, so let's rm-rf out, because I know that I can do that. And we'll do mpxtsc drum roll. So it looks like we'll need to somehow combine both TypeScript and non-TypeScript. So let's look at outdist. No, okay. So is there anything in out app? That makes some level of sense. But it's only sort of transpiled the things that needed to be transpiled from lib. So we need to somehow tsconfig to, yeah, okay, we're going to have a look at that. Thank you. That's a great start. And oh, my dog is back. So the noise was my wife coming back in and being on the phone to the school about some things to do with my kids. So that's why I had to disappear off from you lot. And what all is going on here? Okay. tsconfig.backend.json strict module esnext yada 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 include lib ***. If I put in app.js in there as well, does that immediately make it work a bit more like the way I'd like it to? And npxtsc. And nothing important that seemingly has happened there. Okay, well, lib star star star. I wonder if this needs to do something in order to, as you say, to pick up. Oh, you're very welcome, Philip. That's great. Oh, even better. I love it when, you know. So the way that I use Compiler Explorer is very different to a lot of the ways I've seen people use Compiler Explorer. I'm just delighted that there are people who are able to and can get enjoyment out of using the site for all different ways, which is just great. Oh, I see. Look, there's the outdoor code generation out app. So I wonder what this is used for then. Does anybody know? So the reason it goes into out app is because that's where we tell it to go. Do we use that anywhere? No. Maybe that was just put there to have a place to put stuff. So if I go to etc scripts build dist and actually run that instead, and we're going to run all of that stuff, run webpack and /app.js. Do we go into a directory, dist bin, gh-dist-files.txt. So we definitely have this sort of list of files that we want to put in our distribution. That is not running out of the built directory at all. Let's open up that file. And this is like, okay, so exclude out dist static. Okay, because we don't want to package up the static files. That makes sense. Out dist and etc. examples lib. So it looks like what we're going to do, excuse me, with all of this is list emitted files to spit it out. Excellent. Is that we might be able to make it so that what we compress up, or not compress up, but archive, is only the stuff that's in outdist, and then we can get rid of all of these other magical things. But we bring in lib and we bring in views and we bring in types, because everything we need will be copied into outdist, which will then be quite different. Let's have a look at one of these tarballs. Let's make sure I haven't got any changes. What have I got? What is my changes here? Okay, include apps. Right, okay, let's reset. And let's run etc. scripts build dist.show and just and github run number equals 123. Okay, so we'll let it do its thing, and we'll get an idea about what happens in our normal build processes. I've forgotten. And we need to work out how to combine the TypeScript and JavaScript stuff together so that everything gets found in a beautiful harmony. And then this whole business about having kind of a mishmash of things that are copied, things that are not copied, might go away if we can do this properly. Now, I don't know that we can get rid of some of the magical things that we do here about excluding Monaco and the cache and stuff. Lib storage. Oh yeah, this is it. If you're running locally and you've made some files, then you don't want to store those things. Gosh, this takes a while. But rather it take a while in the continuous build system. And yeah. Okay. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Oh, well, you know, we got nearly all the way through before it blew up. Hopefully that's far enough through that we are, line 35 is what we got to. Okay, yeah, well, that's, we can live with that. By now just taking a look, and if we were to tar like it's doing here, release file name, this is going to be, you know, let's just put this in temp my thing.tar.gz, xz, sorry. And also, let's speed it up a bit. There we are. All right. So, first of all, how big is my thing.tar.xz? 47 meg. That shouldn't take 14 seconds to download and untar. So something is going shonky there. Let's now go to, let's make the temp inst actually unpack this as if we were tar axf temp mything.tar.xz. Here is what Compiler Explorer will see, and it has app.js, and then it has this out dist directory, which has just the git hash and manifest.json release build. I see, and then everything else in here is just as it was. I somehow was expecting some of these things to already be converted, but okay. Now, if we were to instead set the output of wherever, where are we? tsconfig, I'm losing it. tsconfig backend, here we are. All right. If we were to make that out dist, we then got an out dist, which just seems wrong. And I think that this is a mistake, but we can fix it. So if we actually go over to the way Compiler Explorer is run, which I don't have open at the moment. Oh, thank you, Luca. Yeah, you spend too much time with tar. Let's open up the infra thing, because I think what we're doing is we're telling Compiler Explorer when we start it up. So if I look for that start.show that we started this journey with this morning, start.show. This has been a very disappointing stream so far. I do apologize. We unpack it, we do all these things, and then down here, static out dist. I was expecting to see more things in out dist there. Git hash manifest release build. So that makes me wonder that the Webpack part of this didn't work, which would be a problem. Why don't I go and get an actual release? Let's stop playing around with this. All right, so let's go to S3, and you can see all of the things that I have in my personal doodad that aren't Compiler Explorer. Compiler Explorer is here, and billing stuff, and we want where the dist? There it is. Dist gh main. Let's pick the latest version, 2563.tar.xz. There it is. And let's grab the object URL, copy link address, and then we should be able to just curl that. So this is the one I built locally, right? Let's go up here, mkdir ce real, cd that, curl sl, that pipe tar, and then we need to do jxf splat. I'm just catching up with the chat here. Okay, well, first of all, let's have a look here. So yeah, out dist. Yeah, we don't have anything. Oh, because that's right. Nowadays, all of our static assets is actually served by our CDN, which was set up by Austin. So yeah, that is empty on purpose, but the git hash, the manifest, and the release build all come from there. Now we can change that, which is the best thing ever. So all right, we're in a good spot. We're in a good spot. Good evening, Doomy. Okay, you found, you know, blah blah blah. You include only includes lib. Do you have source only? No. So source. So Luca, source is, there isn't a source, I don't think. If there is a source, it's for the front end. Let's go back to Compiler Explorer. All we need is app.js and lib star, probably. So in our out dist directory, what I would like to do is to make that out dist, instead of it just be all of this nonsense, that outdist directory will actually just be the unpacked directory, and we will make sure that all the files we need are in there. Like, as in, that should look like a version of Compiler Explorer I can run that's sealed off from the rest of the world. We'll see how likely or possible that is by trying to build it. Okay, so if we make this one outdist, which I have done, and so now if I do npx tsc, that's outdist. Okay, so that unfortunately needs to be in a libs directory. So I need to work out how to make this not. So what if I were to just do *** here? -of out and npx tsc. Is that going to do too much? Okay, examples. Well, we definitely don't want examples. But I want to kind of have everything rooted at the top. I want to have that lib directory not be... I want it to be a subdirectory within outdist. Now, if I had to put that back, right, and if I just do app.js and lib ****, the problem is, in outdist, these are all in the root, and they need to be in a libs subdirectory. And also, obviously, needs to contain a all of the other files, the JS files. So let's go and try and work that bit out then. How do we say tsconfig include or process JS files? Okay. Type. What is a tsconfig? Yeah. Yeah, that might work as well, Luca. Yeah, I can probably do that. So we can, first of all, let's just try that. So we're going to say include the world. Hooray. Exclude examples and static. Now, hopefully I can just do that, actually, because that seems silly to have to wildcard that nonsense. But we'll find out. There we go. That's what I wanted to see. Types. Oh, outdist types. Sure. Sounds great to me. Wunderbar. Wunderbar. And then how do we make it process the JavaScript as well then? That is the real trick to me. Yeah. I want it to copy tsc copy JS files, not JSON files. Non-types when building. That sounds like that. Allow JS true. Brilliant. And that is there. So the suggestion also was do this and then allow JSON true. Whoops, and that could help if I love JSON files. Okay. Mirabile dictu. It didn't work. JSON. Oh, JS. Oh, thank you for checking the schema. Nope, not that one. Or it's not in the right place. Allow JS. Where does that need to go? Allow in tsconfig. Yada 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 yada. Right, allow JS tsc. Yeah, tsconfig. Allows JavaScript import inside your project instead of just TS and TSX files. Well, that did not work. In compiler options, of course. I can go under other options. Matt, are you 20 years old? No, my career is 20 years old. I'm wearing my headphones again, so like I was telling myself not to wear the headphones because I'm not listening to anything. Okay. Hooray. Okay, so now we actually have some things Older legacy compilers, yes. There are. We would love to have that. If it installs on Linux, there are many guides and how to do this. If you look in our docs directory, adding a compiler, adding a language, adding a library, we have this. This is a self-serve thing. You can actually send a pull request to both the info repository, which installs the compiler, the compiler explorer repository itself, and provided the license allows us to use it, which some of them don't, some of the more old compiler licenses don't let you do those kinds of things, then we would happily have them, but we don't add them ourselves without somebody who's willing to be the champion and be like, yes, I love this. So now we are compiling with gas. Yes, we are, and now we're discovering that is not assembled to blah 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 blah. Why is that now coming up? That's never been a problem before. arm32.ts. So you pick up rocks, as we say. Failed to load in plugin import declared. Cannot find ES plugin. Oh dear, that's no good. I don't know what that is. This TypeScript stuff is news to me. Okay, well there is we're unhappy here already. So it says it returns either null or assembly instruction info. And assembly instruction info is a record of tooltip HTML URL and a string. I don't understand this, so you're getting to see me flounder like some kind of crazed fool, not knowing what on earth's going on. I don't understand, first of all, why our system prior to this hadn't noticed that this is a problem. And get ASM opcode, we don't know what that returns. So you are complaining because types of property URL are incompatible. String or undefined. That makes sense. Which of these things are you complaining about, though? Are we sure that's okay? I mean, that will get past the issue, Luca, for certain. But I want to know if there's actually a deeper underlying problem here. It's saying that, like, tooltip string, HTML string, URL query, string or undefined. So it doesn't know. But I will put that in there, assembly whatever instruction info. And now it's complaining about information. Object is possibly undefined. If not opcode, return. Okay, yeah, so let's put an is that what was upsetting it? Maybe that was what was upsetting it all along. Yes, that was. Hooray! Hooray for making the world better. That's a separate thing that we should just fix anyway, or I should PR to somebody. Well, that was beautiful. And we have app.js and we have an out.dist. Everything in there is wonderful. So now if I go to out.dist, and if I do ln-s dot node modules here, so now we've got kind of like a fake, this is what it would look like if we had the node modules actually installed here. What I want to do is run node ESM but not tsnode register and see what on earth happens here. Exactly as expected, it worked brilliantly. Not. Cannot find module ... base compiler. Well, it was a bit too much to hope for. App.js, has this been rewritten in any way? /lib, all these things are here, and there's a lib directory here. So let's what all is this about? Const global equals this. Maybe we don't want ESM anymore. I don't know. ESM is some magical thing. That's wonderful. Why don't we get rid of ESM and just hope that magically everything works? No. Type module. See, I have literally no idea what I'm doing now. And this is the worry I have about all these magical things, is that they are great when they work, but when they don't, I have no idea. So, like, there is a big spume of output. Okay, the error here, it says, I cannot find module ... base compiler. Where the heck would that be coming from? Import base compiler from ... So it looks like rooted includes aren't working. So this is in lib compilers. If you have a look inside lib compilers, there should be base compiler there. But there is not. B for base. Right, where is that coming from? Yeah, Partouf is giving some wisdom as to why. So where does that base compiler normally come from? Let's have a look in mortal space what on earth was happening. So we were saying base compiler from ... / base compiler, and base compiler lives here, and it's base compiler .d.ts in what all directory is that? Is that in the... No, well that looks like it's just... How is that ever working? Oh no, base compiler .t, yes. Input type module. I don't think that's going to work, Luca. I can give it a go. I don't think that's the problem. What did you say? Input type module. Yeah, this is now what we get. The opposite program is like, this is not a module. There's some ESM stuff you can do, and there's some other magical things, but then you just hit other problems to do with... this whole thing is a tire fire. Right. So lib base compiler. Yeah, there isn't a lib base compiler in this directory. That does seem to be a genuine thing, that base compiler.js and .d.ts did not get processed. AWS did, but base compiler did not get. So what did I do wrong in my TS config? So we're saying all things that end in JS and all things that end in TS. Let's just try even more, like, no, literally, just all things. All the things that end in TS and all the things that end in JS. The ts.d is working, but it's been pretty recent. There's not any output for that though. So if I look in outdist, for example, and then look in outdist lib, there is a bunch of files that are missing from here. They're not being processed. Examples and static. Maybe is my output thing not working? Does that not do what I think it does? The exclusion here that says, examples, but base-compiler doesn't seem to have anything that would make it not work on there. So is there some... ES module interrupt, type, strict, no emit, remove comments, out file, check JS. What module code is generated? Default undefined. I mean... Module is ES next, it says over here. Module resolution, no. All right, we're already doing some of these things. bewildering. No emit. What is no emit? Strict allow. Yeah, this doesn't make. Is the base command might not be there because it's not directly used? But we're literally telling it to use every file. That's how. And it is directly used, I think, by many things. I can't see that it is not being used. We're literally globbing all the things. Now there was something about Luca you mentioned earlier about a way of list emitted files. List files. Yes, let's give that a go. Drum roll. Okay, lots of things happened there. Lib. Oh well. Let's pipe it through the less. But you're right, Potif. There could be any number of reasons why. Here we're into the world of I have no idea anymore. Okay, so there's everything it thinks it worked on. Let's search for base compiler.d.ts. But you'll notice it did not process basecompiler.js. So does it? The .d version in preference to the .js version, which then means there's sort of an empty file, right? Because that's just a declaration. Let's see. Let's try and find anything else that has a .d version and see if that's also not working. Some mystery handlers. Is there any other .d.ts? Let's see. .d. No, that's literally the only file that is .d.ts. Okay. For now, to sort of see if this works, let's exclude **.d.ts and see if that miraculously causes it to work. Yeah, Luca is on the case also. I never have a clear picture about how it's supposed to work. So no, it still used base compiler.d.ts. So excluding that did not work, assuming that my exclusion thing actually works. Maybe my include isn't working the way I think it is. Maybe it's following. Yeah, I just have no concept about what this is. Right, so for now, as an experimentus, git status, where are we? Okay, let's try, like you said, finding that .d.ts. Whoops, .d.ts. And renaming it to .arg for now. Okay. Now we just got shit tons of errors. So it is a problem that base compiler is not yet actually in Typescript. So that is less than ideal, but there's got to be a way to do it. I mean, one thing is just to copy the files over, which is disgusting, but works. Let's just, to humour me, let's see if there are other problems lurking. Let's copy lib basecompiler.js into outdist.lib. Then go to outdist, let's run our link, and then let's do our node and get rid of that and do resm. And what do we get now? Cannot find module build env setup. Build env setup. Build env setup is a pure library, and it can't find that. But it found basecompiler.js. Now maybe that's because we need to transpile this in some clever way that I don't understand. But I don't know if it's just copying the file or not. Build env setup. So lslib. There's no build-env setup directory either. So something is not quite right. And maybe it is that I have to do star.js, star.ts. Maybe I was just picking up on fluke there. Let's. I don't know if we need to do star. That seems stupid, but let's try that and that. And floundering in the dark. Yeah, app.js. You know, for now we're going to flounder around until we find something which works, and then we'll start removing things. I hate, you know, this is the concept of programming by coincidence. I think we've all seen issues of code. Issues of code. What am I talking about? We've all seen code where you've kind of like just keep hacking around and it works by coincidence. You don't really understand why something works. And I used to see this a lot in would it overwrite input file? Outdist. All right. Well, yes. rm minus rf outdist and on the JSON root. I don't know what the JSON root is. You might have to give me a bit more of a clue there, Luke. I'm sorry, I'm being stupid. Okay, we have outdist lib. We have a build-env setup, and we have no base compiler still. So let's just copy our base compiler. At the root of Typescript, add property files. Oh, files? What is files compared to include and exclude? Oh, I see. All right, tsconfig. This is programming by delayed response, so I apologize. Yep, in here we're going to put files, and we're going to say app.js here, and we're going to get rid of it in there, and then we're going to, I don't know what to do about that, but that's clearly broken anyway. Let's try that. And let's try our rm. Hopefully, Luca, I've done the thing that you were expecting me to here. I'm so sorry this is delayed. You can ping me more directly in Discord, although that's fine. Okay. Thank you. I just saw your... Yes, exactly. Outdist. Wonderful. Outdist lib. Build-env setup is there. Hooray. Base compiler is there now. Well, that's beautiful. Let's try getting rid of my otherwise fuddish thing there. And let's do it one more time. This is exciting. We're getting there. I feel like I may be able to reward myself with some delicious lunch shortly. As I'm getting somewhat hangry here, as you probably picked up. It's like, rah, why doesn't it just work the way that I want it to? So outdist contains things. That's wonderful. And if we do our symlink and then do our node run, I cannot find module ... base compiler. We needed to put that in. Okay. So back here. RM. We maybe can't. Partouf is suggesting, or Pantoufel is suggesting, that we couldn't combine files and include, and that may well be true. For all we know, we're in undefined behavior land. But we have base compiler is back if we do that horrible thing that I've just tried there. So outdist ln that node that. Well, it took 2 seconds to break, and no such file or directory /examples. Perfect. So now we're into the world of stuff that just needs to be copied around, I think. So let me do the same ln trick. So I'm just essentially doing the stuff that I think that our build script will do manually. Okay, and etc config. Yep, sure. etc. Oh, oh, apparently it, etc. scripts. What the hell's in there? Dockenizers. Oh, because there's a... Okay, we better ignore etc. here as well, because that's clearly not something else that we should be doing. There just happens to be a JS in there. So let's get rid of etc. and then do our ln. And this will all come out in the wash. It's all going to be amazing and the best you've ever seen. Yeah, exactly. We're getting close. Look at that. 2.2 seconds to tell us all is well. Now, what happens if I were to still do the plugin here? Because what I want to do is see if I can do this and it does no harm to our existing setup. Otherwise, we're going to have to do some work in our infrastructure repo. So we will obviously get rid of this, but what is it? At TS node. Now, I can't remember the silly thing. Yes, TS node register. Register. Because there should be a no-op if there isn't any, I think. Apparently not. Apparently this means even slower than before, 13 seconds. Okay, so at least it does no harm. It does no harm. Yeah, 2N2, you have come very late into this stream, and we're now, what, 2.5 hours, 3 hours into some pretty gnarly debugging of a particularly weird startup issue. Well, not weird. It's a perfectly logical and reasonable startup time issue that comes about because I don't think I understood how any of this stuff worked, which is still maybe true. So it does look like this is going to work, but, and it's a big but, teehee, there are going to be changes. We're going to have to get rid of the TS node register, and we're going to have to get rid of that static, and that static will have to be a dot, because in this directory we're going to have other bits and pieces that come from outside. I've used symlinks here to sort of mock it out, but why don't we try and update our build script. And this is a pain because, rather unfortunately, there are several things that need to be done in lockstep, which we try to avoid if possible. Okay, coming out of this though, there is, first of all, there is this change to arm32.ts. So I am going to check out -b mg startup tsc. So we've got a branch for this, and I'm going to do git add dot git commit minus m work in progress, and don't run the thingamajig. Rewrite static changelog.html. Yeah, you see, okay, I need to look at that. What I'm trying to do is just basically park this in a named branch, because what I would like to do is check out main git checkout -b mg fix arm32ts git checkout and what do I call this other branch? Startup tsc, and then I want to pick up that change. Thank you very much there. So now what I've done is I've ported that fix I think I did it. Yeah, if not information return null. That is a separable fix that I can commit and say, oh, I see. Well, you're struggling 2N2. I'm afraid you're struggling with two things there. One is that because it's near the end and I'm running out of patience and time, I'm speaking too fast. So I apologize if your English is not your first language. Even for folks who are native speakers of English, I speak too quickly. And it's something I'm trying to work on. So if you start at the beginning of this video, you'll notice that hopefully I was speaking a lot more slowly and clearly. But now we're getting to the point where things are getting more complicated. So Pantufel saying we'll need to create custom TS configs for the TSC build so everything remains the same for development. Is that true? Well, we will find out. We'll find out. So anyway, this is handle missing ASM information. Of course, I still haven't set that flag. We're going to push this, and then I'm going to click that, and we're going to make a PR for that. Wonderful. Sure. So that is off that change that we know we want to keep, whatever happens with the rest of this, has been submitted, and we're in a better spot. So let's go back to mgfix. No, what was the other thing? Git reflog. I spend my life looking at this. I thought I made a branch for that. What the heck did I just call it? Startup TSC. Wow. Git checkout mg startup TSC. Here we are. Now, unfortunately, I just realized that by doing a build, I caused these things to get changed, which we don't actually want to keep. And that's been a long problem, but I want to make sure that we take the left one, because I didn't want to make that change. So you go over there, replace, yes. Oh, in fact, and the changelog, because the changelog stuff writes stuff in place, and that ideally it shouldn't do that, but it does at the moment. And so let's just check out main static policies. Boom. And where's the changelog kept? Changelog is in static changelog. Of course it is. There we are. Okay, so that has undone some things I didn't mean to do, but it'll happen again, so I should probably just hold off doing this. Now, Partouf mentioned that this might break things for development, and obviously I have made some changes. But first of all, let's commit these, even though they will change again. So let's commit the undo changes I didn't mean. All this stuff's going to get squashed, which is all sketching work inside a branch, and I'm probably going to have to take a break before we get to the good stuff. So first of all, let's just see if make dev works, because I think it will, but I also don't know very much about the process. So Partouf, if you have an instinct as to what you think might have been broken by changing the TS config, I'll be interested to know, because I just don't know what I don't know, as it were. I have no idea what I'm missing. Okay, we're just making sure it runs for local here. And excuse the screaming children opposite at the school. So at the moment this seems to work, and just to remind us of this morning's failure, we still don't have a solution to this Clang thing, which I'll have to tweet about. Darn it. Okay, so yeah, if it works, it works, but definitely put a pin in that, Partouf, in terms of like you have the right to say I told you so when something clearly doesn't work later on. So I'm going to get rid of that. This appears to work. So why don't we have a look at the scripts build whatever thingamajig it is. Etc. scripts build dist dot. So I am very tempted, to actually try and make this script make out dist look like a real output, right? At the moment, it does stuff in place, like creates auto-generated files, and that actually causes changes to happen to things that I don't necessarily want them to happen to. So it will be nice to like have a build where everything targets an output directory instead, but that might be something else to do another time. I don't know if that's the right thing to attack now. There are only so many levels of stack I'm prepared to push, and we're already pushing it, if you excuse the pun. So we know that we're outputting hash to outdist, but we're not. Wait a second, what is this doing? Okay, so this is changing directory to the root, clear the output, and outputting git hash in this, yes. I'm wondering if I'm very confused about this process. Yeah, whichever way, and then it... See, I do wonder if we should just copy things it needs into that build directory and build it there, and not play around with all this nonsense where we RMRF the node modules from its own directory. I just think we should go into that directory, make these files. This changelog.py we can probably make copy, and then it would mean this ghfiles.dist.txt, which is essentially this big list of files to include, will become a lot simpler, as not everything will be in outdist. We'll just be in outdist. So yeah, I think I'm going to try that on, everyone. But you watch me fail. Let's maximize that. You can go over here. This is, you know, sensitive stuff. So now our script here is going to say delete those things, and I'm going to say cd out dist. Okay, we are now in the newly created distribution directory, and now this gets rid. We don't have to do out dist. We don't have to do out dist there. Create any auto-generated files. That's going to break because scripts utils changelog.py is not going to work. But, and here's the big but, we can make it work. So we want to, first of all, now, yeah, copy -r. Yeah, let's make a root directory. So let's make that root equals that cd$root, and then it's going to complain that I haven't put it in the parens in thingamajigs. Okay. Okay, lovely. And then we're going to copy -r root, etc. root, and it's going to complain about these as well, examples. Root lib. So basically transcribing the stuff on the right hand side over here. Samples root lib. But we need to exclude lib storage data, which we can do separately by removing it afterwards. I'm just going to, in fact, let's do that now. So we're going to do rm-rf. There's almost certainly a better way of doing this. And hi, new folks. Hi, Abdullah. Thank you very much for the kind words there. It's always nice to hear. Storage data, and then we're not gonna copy any node modules nonsense, but we might have to delete it after we've done this. So that's something to remember. Clean up things we don't want to install. So that's going to be rm-rf that. There and there, that's beautiful. We don't need to rm-rf, no mention doesn't exist beforehand. This is where we're going to do our TSC here. And in fact, I think that's clear that we don't want those. And thank you, Luca. No, you are very helpful indeed. And I mean, I'm probably going to be another half an hour myself before hunger gets the better of me and I actually have to bail. But the help from this channel and the folks pointing me in the right direction just shows that I know nothing. If Compile Explorer is nothing if it's not built on the shoulders of other people who are prepared to spend time telling me where I'm going wrong or just generally helping out. So thank you all. And I'm sure I will get it working. We will get it working. So anyway, we were outdist is actually going to go. We've done that, etc. We've copied examples, lib, and we've got rid of the lib thing here. Those things. Node modules we're about to install ourselves. Static policies. So static policies, and we're going to say also static fav icon.ico or ico. Let's let's try and make this shell script nice. And I'm sure there's a better way of doing all of this stuff. There's probably some magical plug-in to something that will do this for me. If I could type, it would also be helpful, right? Views and types. Views, types. What else? Views, types. Now, all this other stuff I think we don't need. The package lock and the package.json, I don't think we need those. We don't need the tsconfig because we're not actually going to be doing any TSing on the remote end. So I think, I don't even know that we need the package, but we'll do that. So we're going to say package lock.json and package.json here. Oh, and actually we do need those tsconfig because we're about to use them. So I'm going to actually just do it with a wildcard tsconfig. tsconfig.star or star.json and package star.json. Why make life hard on ourselves, right? And finally, where we're going to put these, of course, is to our current directory. And then we want to delete lib storage data, and we want to delete outdist static, which is going to come from after we do webpack. I see. Yeah, no, we're still going to have some kind of thing that prevents us from excluding this outdist static there. Splat. We're going to get rid of ghdist files, I think. And then this is going to say outdist static star. That makes sense. Except that won't be outdist static star. That will just be static, I think. All right, there's going to be definitely some fallout from this, folks. These need to be rooted at root, as well as that, and that, and that, and that, and that. And I really wish the IDE was a little bit smarter about not putting quotes everywhere that aren't needed. And then finally that hash, we'll just go to release file name.txt and then du dash whatever. Sure. Not sure how useful that is. We are in that directory now. Okay. Now, run to make sure we haven't made up something that we won't work is now very, very useful to us. We're going to get rid of that register there, and this whole thing is going to be absolutely awesome. So here we're going to do npm run tsc. If we already have tsc in our package.json, do we have tsc in here? tsc. ts compile is what we're calling that. Brilliant. That is a thing of beauty. Now we're going to look at changelog.py, see what this does. This is a little bit confused and old. Get commits with open static changelog.html. I think that's going to just work, you know, because we've copied things in the right directory. I just have to make sure this comes from root. And root. Well, I've just taken a screenshot that I didn't want to take because I can't use a keyboard. Okay, I think the webpack is going to be the thing that's going to be the most interesting. So we're going to need to copy the webpack star.json. And that, I think, might be problematic. Webpack, I think, wants to run from the root directory, and then it goes to outdist directory. Okay, yeah, that is frustrating. So I think we can do this a different way. Let's push D cd out dist. This can happen in the root. Run webpack, run tscompile, and tscompile is going to output, where does our tsconfig tell it to go? .backend.json, it says to put it in outdist. Brilliant, yes, so that's exactly what we want. Back to build dist. So those things already know to output into the correct directory. And then we're going to install only the production dependencies in our output directory. So we're going to go cd out dist again. So yes, I think this is going to work. It may not be very clear, but we're going to give it a go. And I can't believe there are 23 people watching me confuse the heck out of myself. So let's run etc squirrels build dist.sha. Of course, and we must remember our GitHub parameters. So those things are, what are you complaining about? Use /glob. So that dashes, oh yeah, that's true. Thank you, shell check. Okay, we're going to do this. We're going to say env GitHub run number and GitHub ref. GitHub GitHub ref equals refs heads test. Go. Beautiful. Cannot, no such file or directory. Where were we getting those policies from? I was copying it from static policies. Root static policies. Hey, see, typos. No such file, cannot webpack star.json. Yeah, because it's not website, it's webes.js. Of course it is. No such file or directory, static changelog.html. We want to have those static files come through as well. I think out dist. Huh. Interesting. Is it dumping them all in the wrong directory? It is, isn't it? No, it isn't. Why are you not worky the way I think? So there's a static directory. Is there a static directory in there? There is not a static directory in outdist. I might have to use something cleverer than this, because I think the copy is doing something I don't want it to do. What IDE is this? This is IntelliJ Ultimate, which is the same kind of thing as C-Line. It's a JetBrains product, like PyCharm, like C-Lion. It's meant in theory for Java, but this is the Ultimate edition that does all the different languages, except for C. It doesn't do C all that well, but it's essentially the same thing. And what I'm finding here is I can't work out why favicon.icon. Yeah, everything's being squished down, isn't it? Okay, so let's try using rsync, which I think will do what I want it to do. Let's give that a go. No, it doesn't. It's still squishing things down. I want it to kind of... it's like I want to keep the static stuff, but then remove the stuff from it. So I think that's what I'm going to have to do. So like it was doing originally, outdist static. But after we have done... Oh, no. I think that's actually what we do want, because now we exclude the static from the tarball that contains just the code, and then the static tarball contains the static data. So I think we actually did want to copy. That was a mistake on my part. And then the only reason this lib storage data is there is just to stop me from accidentally shipping some of my local changes if I'm playing around with it. So it doesn't need to be rsync anymore. It just needs to be copy-r, I think. It's easier to understand what I meant here. So that's good news. How exciteful. Oh my golly, it's 1 PM and I haven't had anything to eat. More importantly, I have got some coffee. Things are good. Do. So the hope is, at the end of all this, there's no need to update static. That maybe doesn't work. But the hope is, at the end of this, we're going to have no local changes made by these scripts, and we're going to have a ready-to-go output directory that I can then test locally just by running it like pretending I'm the live site, without any kind of trickery, without having to tar it up and then untar it afterwards and sort of see what we got out of it. But it would help if Webpack didn't take 200 million years. Oh, there we are. Okay, run command not found. Excellent. What on earth did I do in line 43? Run? Build dist. Line 43, run command not found. I don't see a run command. npm run ts compile. I do not understand that. Very confusing. Right, for the time being, I'm going to comment out the run pack, the web pack, and I'm going to try out dist. So at this point we would be in, no, we would be in the root. So we'd be here. So that doesn't make any sense to me because I can run ts compile. Thank you very much. So build dist.share line 43. Was I editing this while it was going? Did that upset it? Is there any other run? There's no other mention of the word run. I wonder if I upset it by editing it while it was going. I know that I've done that before now, and Bash is not necessarily the smartest at that. So I'm going to comment out Webpack for now, and then we're going to just try that again. And I'm going to try not to be so impatient. See, it worked this time. Deeply suspicious. Deeply suspicious. I will have to stop soon. I really want to find... Oh, I cannot write that because it would overwrite input file. Out dist. Oh ho ho, yes it would. You're absolutely right. We don't have to copy those files in because we're now picking those up from the outside world. We do need the Webpack. We don't need Webpack because we're going to use Webpack from the root. We don't need the package or the tsconfig because we're going to run from the root. Now we do need the package.json because we're going to import that just to get the production dependencies only. But we can copy that separately if that ends up being a problem. Package lock.json is not a directory. Correct, it is not a directory. I guess I should comment back in Webpack. But it would overwrite the input tool. Okay. Etc. Examples lib. Yeah, we don't need to copy lib. That's the point. We're going to copy it from the outside world. We do need examples. We do need static. We do need views. We probably don't need types because that will also come. Not so sure about that. So we'll keep on doing this until it works in that wonderful way that we pretend, especially when I'm doing like presentations for conferences and things. I pretend like it comes naturally, but it's really just as much iterating and getting things wrong over and over again as anyone else. Excellent. Right. Cannot find module ... asm docs base. So that is a new and exciting problem. Outdist, and this comes from outdist examples Typescript default.tsc. That should not be being picked up. I've got a feeling that something is going on twice here. Outdist static. Aha. So the static stuff needs to not come through, or in our tsconfig, wherever the heck that was, the thing that I changed right at the beginning thinking it would be absolutely fine is in fact not absolutely fine, because we don't want the static directory to be covered wherever it is. So the same with any of these. Anything that's called examples, anything that's called etc. is not interesting to us. Oh no, I know what's happening here. It's going and it's finding itself, so we need to get rid of out. We don't want it to process the out directory itself, because previously we were picking up everything, so it's kind of recursively finding itself. Which, you know, we all want to find ourselves, I know. Reading the compiler's book. Do you mean the Dragon book? Kabuki Press. That's the only compiler book I can think of. Oh, what happened there? .git can't be found. Indeed it can't. sh-c husky install. Yeah, because don't do that. And that's coming from after tsc. I think that is interesting. So obviously something new and exciting is happening after it is doing a preparation step, and I think that is now we're being hurt by our prep step, which, oh, it's so complicated. Prepare husky install. Why is prepare being called anyway? Where the heck is that coming from? So this obviously works. That's great and wonderful. And then .git could not be found in sure husky install, because there is no git directory there. Don't do that then. Is there a prepare thing? I wonder if we need to do something clever, like if there's a .git directory, then run it, else not. So this is bound to upset loads of people. So what does this mean to do? If file .directory.git, something like that. Let's go. Let's have to switch to bash to check that. So so that works there. It doesn't work there. Okay, that's exactly what I wanted it to do. That is not portable, and I know someone's going to complain about it, but at the moment we want to just show the principle. The npm install step. Where's the npm install step? Is that called prepare? I didn't know that install did a prepare as well. Presumably that's what it does do. Command failed. Oh, because does that not work? Yeah. Oh. Well, clearly it is getting run. And I wish I could comment that line out, but you know, stupid JSON. So I want to make sure. How do I? Maybe there's a way of telling npm install. npm install don't prepare. Distable. Yeah. pre and post scripts. Oh dear. When you npm install, yeah, and okay, so that seems to work, provided we can prevent it from save legacy global, no package lock, omit, ignore scripts. Is that what we want to do? That's probably what we want to do, but we'll see. Install, no audit, production, ignore scripts. Almost certainly going to break something heinous in a way that I will forget and it won't work. Why not run it in np install -- prod in the root? Because I'm trying not to do stuff which relies on the root somehow, like the outside world, somehow determining what the heck is going to be inside that in a package. It'd be nice to say, no, I just want to install these things here. Previously, we were doing rm-rf, which leaves your own development environment in a weird setting. So it would be nice just to say, no, hey, inside the dist directory, hey, npm, you install the stuff that you want to do here. I could be definitely talked down off of that ledge there, but it was kind of me trying to say, please build into that directory, and it doesn't matter what I've got from outside. This is like me trying to do a production build, a release build into here, without then also scuppering my local install, which it was doing before. Like every time you did an etc. build thing, it would what? It would I can do it. I can get there. It would effectively leave you with only production dependencies in your node modules, and then if you ran anything, it would break, and you'd have to kind of rm-rf node modules, and then you'd run it again, and all that kind of stuff. So that seems to have done the trick, but I hold a pin on that for certain. Pin, whatever word, some word like that. Okay, now I have to put Webpack in the mix, and then we need to look at these two files at the end and see if they look roughly like they might be what we want them to be. This will take 2,000 years. And then we'll look at those tarballs, and then we'll be excited. Replying to some help on the Discord, which if you're interested in talking more about Compiler Explorer, the Discord is available if you go to the README, or I can put a thingamajig in here, in fact, which I will do now. All this is me just trying to cover for the fact that this is taking forever. I'm looking at the corner of my eye. Oh, there we go. Rules, yes, create invite, drop that in the chat, which will work for those folks that are watching live. Anyone else can go to the Compiler Explorer README. Excellent. Look, it worked as well. I just realized that part of this is to in situ test the fact that we can start up the application. So it gives me a certain amount of confidence. All right, well, let's develop more confidence. Let's rm-rf inst, make dir inst, cd inst, tar axf, and then where did this go? Dev c compile. No, that's no use at all. Sorry, this is my personal. C compiler explorer, fabulous. Out dist bin 123.tar.xz. Gosh, notice how long it took. 3 seconds. Wonderbar. Now, let's just check that there isn't anything inside the static directory that we wouldn't want. Yes, look, we've got a whole bunch of stuff inside the static directory which we wouldn't want. This stuff here needs to not be here, I think. because these are things that should be served by the CDN, which is why we have that separate separate tarball that just contains these files. So that's interesting. We can fix that for certain. That means that my exclude out dist static obviously did not work because, yes, it's just exclude static. Well, that's that one fixed. That was easy. But while we're here, let's just see if we can do node resm app.js version -- dist. And we can, and in 2 seconds we're up and running. More importantly, can we just run app.js here and have it look like it might even work? Cannot find module webpack dev middleware. Right, so that's because we need to run this like we run it in Compiler Explorer, because there is no middleware for development. So now we look over at our start script, and our start script has node env and all that nonsense, which I think is, so env node env equals production. There's probably a -p or something to do that. Okay, and now it's complaining it can't open out dist manifest.json. That's because we don't have an out dist directory anymore. But we do have a manifest.json in this directory. So now this is what we're going to be doing. We're going to say static dot. And I think that will tell it no. Well, for now, I don't see any reason why we couldn't put the files that are expected to be in outdist in an outdist directory within outdist, which is kind of silly. But let's see, outdist. Where the heck does that come from? Outdist path is there, MSVC, static, AWS sync, CDN, builds. There's definitely some other things that are going to need to change, so I'm a bit concerned about that. Outdist. Outdist static, that's fine. That's fine. That's going to go. Where the heck is this manifest.json coming from? Let's find it. Manifest.json. Who all wants one of those? Dist path. Where does dist path come from? Resolve path from approot out dist. Well, you know what? I don't know that we need that anymore. That's just going to be dot, the way we're running now. Okay, so we've got two things to test now. Yeah, yes, a good question, part 2. Manifest is for static middleware, apparently. So we're going to roll with that for now. Mr. rm-inst. Back to Compiler Explorer, and then we're going to do our etc. Env. No, that's not what I meant at all. The other env. Env, node env, no, GitHub. Okay, so it's going to take a little while here. And then I think I see the shape of what's going on here. There's going to be a bunch of things to follow up, including what all is using outdist over here in the infra repo. Deploy old deploy static files. Good. Okay, that's legacy support, which I think we can probably get rid of now. Start.sh, we're going to have to get rid of. I think actually the static out dist has always been incorrect in that. Although if we have static, serving static files from static URL, where does static URL come from? C prop stat, yeah. So we are actually running from somewhere which has static URL because we set our static URL to be static.ccdn.net. So we don't need the static anymore, which is good, but I want to make sure it doesn't, having that or static slash. Having that set doesn't. Oh, it's set there. Right. Well, we're going to be testing this anyway. I think we're all right. I think that the out dist is not going to actually hurt us or harm us in any way. This thing is there. It's just that we need to get rid of that TS node register, or it will take a while. But my thoughts are we might even be able to deploy this before we make any changes to the runner and have it still just work. And then once we've got everything looking good and shiny, we should be able to remove both the static out dist and the TS node register, and then we'll finally see the speed up that we want. Okay, so that took 1.5 minutes. So let's see what we get out of this. Still took a while. Static. We still have static here, which means that my change to fix that did not work. Wherever the heck that ended up going, that is inside our build dist, ts config, build dist, build dist. So exclude static did not actually work, because it probably needs to happen after the damn dot. I always forget how this works with tar. We'll figure that out in a second. For now, I want to make sure that we do env node env equals project, and I'm going to get rid of the static there, and we're just going to have it start up, and it joyously, it appears to be working. It's just taunting me by showing me the bug that we failed to fix this morning. Wonderbar. That's amazing. Here we are, and we have a version of Compiler Explorer that thinks it's a production environment. It took very little time to start up. Yeah, 4 seconds. That is what we want to see, and that can be made even faster. So that's the gloriousness that we wanted. Now, if we were to run this also with our TS, what is the TS node? The other one is over here, TS node register. This is how I'm proposing we're going to start this whole process, or at least. Oh, it's harmless because now we don't have anything. I think probably what happened before when I was testing this is there were still some node files knocking around. So that's great. It still took a little bit longer. I wonder if is that variability or is that there? So we can get rid of it and get even more speed, but it didn't materially affect things. That took 6 seconds. Brilliant. I think we're in a good spot here now. So we need to work out the static not containing the universe. Let's just make sure that static tarball actually contains what we want it to. So that's going to be the .static.tar.gz. So let's make the stat tar axf, and this would be 123 static .static.tarxc, and then that is just the files. That's right. So I think that is exactly what we want them to be, but we will check that by me deleting that rm-rf star and grabbing the actual one from production. Whoops. It would help, wouldn't it, if I could type correctly? Yeah. Okay, so that's what it's meant to look like. So let's experiment with tar from the directory. We need to go to Compiler Explorer out dist fist dist tar. Let's steal all the command line arguments. Close all tabs in group. Yes. We want to steal this, so our output is going to be tar.xz env xz opt equals -1 -t0, which are magical things to make things go fast. Exclude static dot. So let's reproduce our current broken behavior. Yes, that is indeed an invalid tar JCF. Boom. And if we do tar jtvf temp moo.tar.gz, we can see our Typescript static. We can see that it contains tons of static things we don't want it to contain. So that proves our point. Now, if we were to do it this way round, aha, the following options were used after any non-optional arguments in order blah. These options position and affect only arguments that follow them. Please rearrange them properly. So we've got them in the right order. Man tar. And I should probably click over here, make sure that no one is screaming that I'm doing it wrong, which, I mean, I am. Pattern. Is it just that? Well, let's, again. Does that help? Yes. It was a trailing slash. Okay. I think that means we have everything lined up, you know. Where's my shell gone? Is that the right shell? No. Oh, that's my notes from way earlier. Okay, we're here. I got myself confused. So, and GitHub run number, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Webpack takes too long. Webpack takes too long. Getting there. We still have the mystery of why it takes so long to unpack this. I mean, we're using XZ because we want it to be relatively small. The -1 means don't compress it very hard. But that's because I wanted the build start time to not be so long. So maybe that needs to not be that. But I don't think the files are that big. I mean, how big is that file? Curl, no, not that one. History merge, curl, yep, you. So this is our old doodad. I mean, it's what? That is 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 10 meg. I don't know what is going on there. Okay, brilliant. Everything looks amazing here. Nothing could possibly go wrong with this. I think everyone here can agree with that. So why don't we take stock of where we are? More work in progress. Okay. Git pull. Git merge origin main. Already up to date. Good. We haven't missed out on any other exciting and wonderful changes. Let's have a look at what's different. This is too small for you to see, I know, but I'm going to look here. Yeah, we obviously changed a ton of stuff in the dist. That's fine. We have this change here because we haven't merged in from master yet. That's not been approved. This change here is saying that we are just no longer expecting out dist. We are, if we're being built as a distribution, if we're running as a distribution, then it will be the current directory, and I think that's okay. And then we've configured the TS thing to output to out dist instead of out app, which was just, I think, just an endpoint that we put in. We are now allowing JS, and we have got what we believe to be the right magic incantations here. So overall, it's a relatively small change. So before we go too far, much further, I am going to, what am I going to do? I'm going to look over here, and we've got an approval on that, which is great. So thank you, Super Greco, Matt's Jelly. And we're going to squash and merge that. Wonderful. And then we're going to git pull, and then we're going to git merge origin main, and then we're going to merge conflict, which is not a merge conflict. It's actually just the same change we made in another repo. So I'm going to say resolve conflicts over here in my IDE when it wakes back up again. And we do merge, and then everything's different, but we're going to click the magic merge button, and it's quite happy with that. So what are we going to take? We want... I don't know which of these is the correct answer. Is it that one? And then the one with the trailing... One of those two is the correct thing. Well, let's take that one. Yeah, I think that must be it. It must have been the ones that we've got down have the right formatting. Come on, you slow tests. And so my plan is get this checked, get this pushed and built. And then we're going to try it out in our staging environment to see if it works and kick the tires and look at some bits and pieces. And then I think that will have to be it. As I've been talking now for 3.5 hours, except for a small break to talk to my kids' teacher. OR tests. Come on. Right, that looks great. Everything is brilliant about that. Now, I don't think we've pushed this yet, have we? No. So I'm going to do something I do very rarely, which is to rebase this and just call this squash. Just S is fine. S. There. Okay. Git rebase. Ah, oh, darn it. All right, I'm actually going to forget that ever happened. Okay, we are going to git log here, and I am just going to go git reset -- hard origin main git checkout splat. There we go. No. Git checkout mg startup tsc. Lovely. Okay. Switch to branches. Okay, you're leaving 4 commits behind. I know. Yes. Git checkout branch name dot. There we are. We've teleported all of our changes from that orphaned branch to a nice clean commit here. And let's just check that the only things that we've got are the dist path we wanted to change, the root, and then all of the changes there. Yes, so we're going to commit this anew and say, give it, first of all, we'll let it run all of the lints rules that I didn't let it run before because I was being very lazy. And we have to sit through the tests, unfortunately, once again, and then we're going to push that. My dog is snoring behind me. You can't hear him, I'm sure, but I can. Come on. Wonder about parallelizing some of these tests, but I don't know how well that would work. Yay! Okay, so this is new. Pre-Typescript compile releases. So what have we done here? We are build the release in place in out dist, run the TSC compiler on the code so everything is pre-transpiled. Update. I think that's basically it. Yeah, that'll do anyway. G startup TSC. I know that's not a very good name for my branch anymore, but it'll do. Okay, fantastico. So we're going to create a pause request immediately just to have something going, and then we can look over here in the actions and see that somewhere in here is pull request, but we want the branch build one. Where's the branch build one? Pre-Typescript, this one here, 2568. Fabulous. So this build is now going, and we're going to watch it do its thing, and it's going to deploy. And that deploy is not actually a deploy, that just means it's going to copy the tarball up to a place where I can deploy them from those who haven't seen me do this before. So while that goes, I'm going to re-log into the admin machine. So if you haven't been watching this for 3.5 hours, which would be completely reasonable, this is the administration machine where all the Compiler Explorer fun and games happen. I'm just going to come back into the shared TMUX session that the Compiler Explorer administrators, which is myself, Pantoufel here, Ruben and Austin have access to. So there's a few of us who can do this. And let me look at the builds list here. Right, 2567 is the most recent one. We're going to be waiting for this 2568, assuming it works. If it works, then I might put on. If it doesn't work, then maybe I'll just call it quits for now and finish this all off in the afternoon. Hopefully you can all see the shape of the way this is going. So the short version, hopefully, is we've got a 50 meg archive that is now going to be pre-transpiled to TypeScript. We can deploy that and test that it works, and if it works we can then take away the crutch of needing the -r TSC compiler along with some static stuff. We need to test a bunch of things for that. We need to test things like the to make sure the privacy policy and the changelog work, because those are things I also changed. I'm writing these down now. I think I'm so clever and I'm going to forget to do it. We also need to, I guess that's it really, just click around on the site. I mean, if anything works, all of it should work. There's no reason why one bit should work and other bits won't. There might be missing things, so I guess I should also check things like the sponsors. That has got some other bits and pieces. Let's see how our build distribution thing is going. We're 2 minutes into it. And given that it's not output anything, I'm assuming that means it's oh, excuse me. Oh, it's finished. So it did work remotely, which was great. ASM mouse overs, yes, perfect, Pantoufel. That's another example of something that we changed. Wonderful. Okay, so it's a bigger distribution by the looks of it. Oh, it won't have appeared yet because the tests have to pass before we upload it. Do 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 do. Come on, tests. Tests are great, but they need to be fast. I think that ship has sailed, unfortunately, with our usage of acceptance tests, which is a brilliant way of us getting a huge amount of coverage over our parsing, but unrelated changes do cause them still to go, and there's a sort of combinatorial explosion of work that gets done. Oh, nearly there. Hooray. So the test took longer there, but that might just be one of those things. Let's have a look. What did we say it was? 2568, whatever. Hang on, well, let's just see if it's appeared in here. Not yet. Why is it not appeared yet? 2568. What is going on now? We're in the deploy phase. Okay, that's just copying stuff to S3, which shouldn't take very long. Except that apparently it's building S3 sync. Gosh, my heating is noisy. I'm just looking at the amount of noise that's being picked up by my microphone. It's pretty high. Yeah, there's definitely something for that said for that. Drum roll. Drum roll. Okay, the Sentry stuff worked, which is great. Oh, the specified key does not exist. That doesn't sound great. Alright, well we broke something, and we broke production. So that's wonderful. That means something funky went on that is sort of disturbing now. Oh, sugar. Partouf, I broke it. Oh, I broke everything. What the heck happened there? That means some branch name has been knackered. That might have taken the site down. Oh dear. Oh dear me. Okay, we're doing get releases version source.travis. That seems unlikely. Oh, but then plus get releases GitHub blah blah. Okay, let's do this on my local machine. CE builds list. We get the same problem here. Excellent. And by excellent I mean terrible. What are we trying to do here? So now you're getting to see the warts and all behind the back of what the heck goes on here. So this is the CE install tool that we use, and we have this way of looking at builds. And let's look for list in here, list, and we say get releases, and get releases up here, get releases plus underscore get releases. So we're going to put a whole bunch of printf debugging into this. Nobody, yeah, exactly, yeah, I am the Python expert. I've been complaining, it's all I've been writing recently. If not key ends with get object. Okay, info key. So let us print info key here, which is the world's worst form of debugging, as I'm sure everybody knows. What do we break here? I see. We did not upload the 2568.txt file by the looks of it, because it's trying to access something which tells it something about the script. So let's go on to S3, back to our GitHub, and then we are in MG, and then we're going to look at startup TSC, and we see that there is only the tarball and the XZ file. That makes sense. So if we go into another directory, there is a .txt file. So somehow I broke the TXT file, which has broken everything forevermore. So let's not do that. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to work out why we broke it, and then we're going to make a fake one, or we're going to delete the existing one and do another build, just so that we haven't broken the entire site. And then I should probably make this more resilient. Probably. I will make this more resilient to cock-ups of this nature. So echo hash to release filename.txt is what we did at the end here. And this, of course, now needs to be one of these two, I'm sure. Yes. There you go. Easy fix. Idiot me. Git status, git add dot dot, git commit minus m, ensure that's a good one, txt is in the right spot, n, because I don't want to actually spend all this time. So we're going to let that do its thing. Meanwhile, I am going to also do this. Catch except. Ugh, what are we calling? What kind of error was that? No such key. no such key. There it is. That's what we want to do. And then in this instance, we're going to continue, and we're after doing logging.warning, ignoring. Oh, logger. Do I have a logger? There must be a warning somewhere in here. .info. Is that really the first time I've used logging in this whole file? That seems very unlikely. But apparently I did. Okay, import logging. Warning. Logging.1 ignoring broken key ss comma key. Right, let's just make sure I have fixed that. Well, that won't have worked there. That's on the remote machine. God. There we go. So that's an improvement in the infra repository that I can check in, even though it's a pain in the bum. Like make. I'm gonna commit this like in a very hacky way. Make a slightly less crashy with broken releases. Commit and push, I think, is what I want to do here. Am I taking Amazon.py? Yes. I don't usually do it. I'm just being lazy doing it from the IDE. Did that work, or is it going? It's doing its thing. Yes. Push, whatever. One file, Amazon.py. Yes. Okay, so I should be able to git pull over here now. CD infra git pull. So this is on the administration machine. CE builds list. Yes, and of course I need to kill that because I don't want to see that ever again. But now I know that it's what? What do I know it is? I know it's not going to bite us next time. So let's delete these two things. This is a pretty manual way of doing this. Permanently delete. Permanently delete. Thank you, S3. Okay. CE builds list. Hooray, no more complaints. But now we have to wait one more time, and I may die of hunger before then. Love it. Okay. So we're back to GitHub. I'm waiting on GitHub. And going back to actions. And TXT is in the right spot. Windows compiler 2570. If that's the right one, I think it is. Yes, 2570. So once the deploy is run, do you have any suggestions on good contiguous integration training materials? You mean continuous? Contiguous and continuous are different words, but I think we know what you mean. I don't have any thoughts on CI stuff. I've picked my stuff up long ago. I'm sure there are some good books out there, but I'm lucky enough I've worked in places where other folks have known a lot more than I have, and I've just kind of learnt by osmosis from them. So my co-podcast host, Ben Rady, is really into testing and CI and CD, so he has a blog which is a little bit out of date, but I don't know that it has anything specifically about continuous integration. But let's have a look, in fact. benrady.com, I think. Is that right? No. Yes. And 2019. Probably a bit late for that. So, yeah, I don't think that there's anything Ben has. Oh, but we finished there. CE builds list. Let's hope we don't crash. But we didn't crash, but we also don't have it in the list here. Oh, we do, because it's startup TSC. I'm looking in the main line, but 2570 is there. So CE builds set current 2570 in staging. MG startup TSC. There's kind of all these "are you sure" type stuff. Compiler discovery has not run. Yes, we're going to do this without compiler discovery. is a directory. Wonderful. Okay. That means that something did not work in terms of the distribution. So back to the drawing board, everybody. I thought this would just work, but evidently not. So let's have a look at the CDN code. Infra CDN. This is Austin's work, and is a directory. Open f of path as fobj. Well, this is news. These are tidings indeed, as they say. I would hazard a guess that there are directories now where there weren't before, but I'm not sure about that, because it's saying opening fpath files, calculate hashes for all the files, and files comes from self.unpacktar, and then get directory contents for f in recursively glob f relative to yield path equals f. I wonder if this needs to be only files. So let me try doing this locally. So I'm going to do this on my local machine, which is not something I usually do. And in fact, I don't even know if it'll work, but builds set current gh. What was the one we did over here? 2570. And I have to go through all the are you sure? Staging, mg startup, tsc. And do you sure want to continue? Yes. And it's going to break in hopefully the same way. Yes. So interestingly, tests. Yeah, why have we got tests there? We shouldn't have those. So I've got two questions here. Right, one, this bit of code should work if we have subdirectories, I think. What do we win? What do we got over in here? Oh, it's been deleted. Darn it. So we grab the tarball. So let's get the curl nonsense here. Now let's go into temp make dir. This is the, what are we calling this? Oh, hey Claire. Thank you. You're the right person to answer that question. Thank you for being here and for answering it. That's awesome. Make dir. What do I want to make dir here? I want to make dir the static, and we're going to cd static, and then we're going to get that curl that I've got here, and we're going to get 2570. Oh, it's not main. It's going to be ghmg startup tsc 2570 blah. Oh. Tar jxf dash. Hooray! Okay, so we've got all these extra things. Panes and policies and tests and themes. Do we have tests? Yeah. Yeah, I don't think we should have all of those files. So how was it working before? The question we have to ask ourselves. Because presumably, if I rm-r off this and then go and get that main one and pipe it through tar jxf dash, file format not recognized. No, not 25. What is it? 2563. Yep. Yeah, well, there is no subdirectories here, so that we are creating something which has more information than it needs. But it's also true that our unpacker doesn't work when there are directories. So both of those things can be fixed. I'm inclined to fix the unpacky stuff first, so that I can at least get something deployed without waiting. So let's try that. Get directory context. We're going to say blah blah blah, and then we're going to say if rglob for f in path.that if f No, we're going to have to do that a different way. Let's just say if f.is file, if not, try and remember which language I'm writing in, continue. All right, that should do. Let's see if that allows me to do the CE build set current GH2570, or we're going to hit another problem. I'll have to type all the things, the OK, MG, startup. There are ways of overriding this, but I'm not going to do it. Yes. Okay, so that is definitely a fix for that problem. CE builds list. And then we still have, I'm going to have to write that down now, which is like, don't tar subs, or work out why we're not working, but 47 meg. And then finally, environment start. Let's see if staging comes up. So while that comes up, I'm going to do watch the instances status here. If I one more, there we go. Right, that's my poor man's file watcher to see when the instance is ready. I'll move this over here in the meantime, and then we need to work out how this worked before static / star. So previously, how does this work? How did this work? And go onto it on GitHub, and that's just an easier way for me to do static. No, what do I have to do? This is dist. Build dist.sh. Okay, this is what we had before. Oh, and the thing's up and running there. So transform out dist static, out dist static. So how did out dist static get created beforehand? It was part of just running Webpack, wasn't it? And now out dist static contains a load of other stuff, possibly because TSC is putting things there. Okay, hold that thought, because this is up and running. ELB is unhealthy, allegedly, which means that it hasn't yet come all the way up. For those who haven't been here for the 4 hours that this has now been going, whoops, I should do that on a different window. Excuse me, that goes over there. Let me go program Amazon.staging. Okay, well, according to this, it's up and running. This is the staging view. Stopping process stig term. No, that's not true. Okay. So something did not work. I think it didn't work at all, so I'm going to have to do instances login. And I'm going to have to run, not dmest, journal ctl. Oh, no, it's going now. It is going. It just took a while to come up. Okay, so there is definitely some other things going on in terms of that. Configured paper trail has just come up. So 2 minutes of the machine being up with a load average of 143. Hooray. And it is starting. You can't see that the text is a bit too small, which is probably actually a feature in this instance. So I'm only looking at the staging instance here. And we're looking at 190140 is when that came up. And the load average is so astronomically high because of all of the mounting that we're doing as a background. A whole other thing going on here. But I don't know what else is going on now. Did it die, in fact? Let's do ps aux grep node. Yeah, node is not locked. Oh, is it end solid I have to look for now? Yeah, it looks like the process died, which is sad. So this machine is going to get killed soon by the load balancer going, yeah, it's unhealthy, let's not do it. So let's have a look at U, compiler, explorer. And process failed. Womp, womp. Failed with result exit code. Well, there's a mystery. That is a very sad moment. And and it's not at all obvious why it exited, because as far as it's concerned, it outputted all the things I would expect it to, and then croaked there. So I have a sneaking suspicion that this is... Yeah, there we are. Right, now it's been killed. Well, I think I have to unfortunately stop here as I am running out of steam, and I appreciate all the help that I've gotten from all the folks that have been on this stream, but after 4 hours without really too much of a break, I need to take stock. I need to work out what on earth is going on here. There is definitely something not quite right here. And unfortunately this machine is shut down, so I can't even go on and check it. I'll have to like pin a machine to stop it from being killed and like experiment in place. But hopefully it will be faster once we've done this, which is the idea. So once again, thank you everyone for being with me during this, and I will catch you another time. I'll be doing this again tomorrow, so and I won't have so many distractions tomorrow as my wife and dog are out. It's just me, but I'll see you then, I hope. Thank you very much, everyone. And now I have to remember how to turn this silly thing off. Yes, I have a podcast, twoscompliment.org. Let me type that in. I might as well do some... .org.com. Oh, this is where I don't know my own thing. Hang on, let me check that before I... Yes, .org. twoscompliment.org is the podcast. Thank you, everybody, and have a great day.